Your microphones turned on and positioned so the audience can hear you. City Clerk, may we have roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Kendrick.
Here.
Councilmember Krupa.
Here.
Councilmember Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Here. Mayor Mills.
Here.
All members are present.
Thank you, sir. We will start with the invocation, and our friendly neighborhood Santa will get up and give the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Linda Krupa, Council Member Linda Krupa. With the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. There is a 3-minute per person time limit for all general public comments on non-public hearing items. All who wish to speak, including council members and staff, need to be recognized by the mayor before speaking. For those that wish to join by Zoom, you will be asked to raise your hand if you would like to speak. Please state your name and item you are commenting on before speaking. We will take public comment for items listed on the agenda at this point. Can I have Daniel Cortese to the podium, please? Am I doing something wrong? No.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. My name is Dan Cortese, and I'm this year's Hemet Rotary Oktoberfest Chair. I would like to formally invite all of you, including our audience, to this year's Oktoberfest celebration, which will once again be held at Therapeutic Horsemanship Equestrian Center, otherwise known as THE Center. THE is located at 27260 Girard Street in Hemet. Our event will be open to the public at 3 p.m. on Saturday, October 7th. This year's Oktoberfest will include 11 vendors featuring some traditional German delicacies, as well as crafts and other items. We will also feature a kids corral filled with jumpers, face painting, and fun games. We will have an authentic German style band playing some of your favorite German hits, of course, and we will have plenty of beer. Entry for this event is $10 per person, and kids 12 and under are free. As some of you may know, Rotary is a global network of 1.4 million neighbors, friends, leaders, and problem solvers who see a world where people unite and take action to create lasting change across the globe, in our communities, and in ourselves. For more than 110 years, Rotary's People of Action have used their passion, energy, and skills to take action on sustainable projects. From literacy and peace to water and health, we're always working to better our world, and we stay committed to the end. Club of Hemet takes pride in supporting youth programs throughout our valley. We have a strong history of support for THE. Their mission is to improve the cognitive, physical, and physiological abilities of individuals with disabilities and special needs through their therapeutic horsemanship program. The Rotary Club of Hemet is proud to support their programs. At this year's Oktoberfest, we will be raising money for a great cause and celebrating the future success of THE programs by raising our steins together. We hope to see you all there on October 7th. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Mary Ann? I'm not going to even say the last name. What's that?
I saw that big sigh, so I thought Pat was going to go first. Good Good evening. I know it's been a while, right? You guys miss me? So I'm actually here to talk about the holidays coming up. I know we haven't really touched on it now that summer's over. It always seems like the holidays race right on up, and then before you know it, it's the new year. We are all aware, or are you aware, that San Jacinto is spending close to $10,000 on lights, LED lights that they're going to string across their main street. It's going to go from side to side, and they're going to stay up all year long. And they do have the company that's doing it is going to be in charge of them for 2 years. So that was a question, if, who was going to monitor the lights and if they went out or got vandalized. They're going to do that in October, starting in October. It'll take about 14 weeks, they said, for it to get done. They had to order them. However, why I'm bringing that up is because here we are. It seems that they're moving forward and Hemet seems to be staying the same. What has been done in downtown Hemet? Nothing that we've seen. There's a lot of talk that's been going on, but however, nothing visually that you can see. It's all great that it's been done behind the scenes, but if you're out there driving around, you want to see something. You just don't want to hear about it, because we can all talk until the cows come home, but until we actually see some progress, we're just going to think that you're doing nothing about it. We know what properties we're talking about. So we'd like for downtown this year, once again, it's all boarded up. Nothing's been done. It's not going to look very merry during the Christmas season. We can string a few lights and call it Christmas, but that's really not bringing anybody downtown. We have a parade, but again, it's a parade. And people tend to squawk about that. It's not really bringing people together like you ask them to be brought together. Everybody says, oh, we all need to be a big part of it and we need to take in, but we can't unless we're shown. And I think city council needs to step up and be seen and present. I don't see anybody anymore. Once Carly left, we don't hear about anything. We don't see anything. We don't see anybody. We don't hear about it, and nothing's happening. So here's the thing is that I worked for someone, a business owner 4 years ago, and he told me that when someone asked him where he lived, he was embarrassed to say that he lived in Hemet. And so he would just say he lived in Riverside County. And here I was a couple days ago, someone asked me where I lived, and I found myself saying Riverside County. I think that's pretty bad. And I think we can really bring that around, but we really need to change. And I think it's going to take all of us, and it's going to take you to step forward to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Marion. Stacy Olson. Thank you.
Are these non-agenda? Are we doing non-agenda? Because you said agenda and
I can't hear you for some reason. Can you bring it closer to you, or?
is it non-agenda? Are we doing non-agenda items right now? Because the last two were not on the agenda. So I'm curious because I have two different things I'm speaking on.
So he did start with items not on the agenda.
Not. Okay. I misheard it then. Okay. Not very often do you guys get thank yous. So I wanted to say thank you for something. When Russ Brown was councilman over 4 years ago, I started asking for the light over on Myers and Devonshire. It's very dark and very dangerous. I drive it every day and every night. And I'd been asking, and I asked every single month for 4 years by email with Russ Brown. Annoying, yes, but necessary. Then he sent me to Chris Lopez and I got nowhere. And then I was told it's not going to happen. Then fast forward, we now have Miss Peterson and we now have a light on that corner. We had an original light that was put in that was not, it wasn't sufficient. It didn't light up that street at all. And I was very disappointed. I thought, well, there's the light, but it's not on the street, on the corner. It was down the way a little bit. And I went by there the other night and there was this big, beautiful, bright light right at the corner, lit up that whole section. And I was so happy because I could actually see the turn. So I just wanted to take a minute to say thank you for getting that done. Better late than never. So thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Tom Lodge. Okay. Oh,
Good evening, council members. How are you?
good.
So the discussion on the lights over,
Have somebody speaking.
Sierra Dawn. On February 15th, Kurt called me and said that they were working on the problem. The lights have been off since just about a year ago, so October of last year. On March 28th, city manager called me and said he had a conversation with Public Works Director and was getting a plan together to getting bids. In June, I had a conversation with Mark also and said that the money was being appropriated on or before the July 1st budget. On September 19th of this year, Noah called me and said that they were putting the bids together. So we've been putting bids together for 9 months now. If this was a corporation, you guys would be out of business. There's almost 300 homes in this area. We've discussed this many times. We can't even put up temporary lights. There are no street lights in there. Has anybody driven through there? I mean, have you been through there at night? It's impossible to see. The amount of traffic and bicycle traffic has increased to the point where it's just a freeway going through there. We've got empty homes that are vandalized constantly. I had a neighbor that went to the hospital for a week. They got into his house and destroyed it. He's got nothing left. He's got to go live with his daughter. I've called dispatch on several occasions. They've been very nice about it. They've tried to get somebody out there to patrol, just run on through, show the presence. I know we're stretched thin. Got to the point where 3 weeks ago, I went to the police department and the young lady there said that I could not talk to anybody. And she just gave me an email address. That's just unacceptable. I mean, come on. What are we doing about the lights? When are we going to have them? And can I get more police presence in there? That's all I'm asking. And it's been going on for a year now. You're putting lives in danger, and I don't think that's right.
Thank you, sir. Terry Larned. I say it right. You need to change your name. That's what I said. Oh.
Members of the city council,
Oh, okay.
Mayor Sales. I also want to thank you guys because our day of service on last Saturday was an excellent success. We had members of the city council from Emmett and from San Jacinto there. Even Jackie went out and she worked with yeah, she got her hands dirty and went out there and actually worked some of the job sites. So that was fantastic. I want to thank both of you. And that was for the Interfaith Council day of service that we had. On the 14th of October, the American Legion is putting together a fundraiser, and it's going to be out at Heart's Home Gardens out on Highway 74. It's going to have Linda Ronstadt and the Eagles tribute band out there, the Eagles Ronstadt Experience. It's a fantastic deal. $60 per person. It's a donation. This all goes to help the American Legion. And that $60 will give you a meal. We have tri-tip or chicken riesling, garlic mashed potatoes, honey and herb buttered carrots, tossed salad and dressing, an alcohol drink or soda, and unlimited coffee, tea, and lemonade. And we're going to have Big Daddy Perez out there doing the karaoke or the music for the DJ while the band's not playing. And we did this a couple of years ago, and it was fantastic. It's a fantastic band, guaranteed to have a great evening. Again, it's only $60 per person. For tickets, you can see Joe, or you can call down to the American Legion at 951-658-2436. And I believe you're going to get Joe on that one too. But it's a great thing. So please put October 14th from 5 to 9 p.m. on your calendar. It's a Saturday night. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa. Sonia Lamas.
Good evening, councils and everybody. So I too would like to say thank you. Thank you to the city as a whole. Thank you to the council teams. Thank you to the planning department, all the authorities. Valley Restart obtained their certificate of occupancy as of September 14th. So needless to say, today we had a board meeting, so I ran over here, but we had our second move in this evening. So I'm so very happy, and I wasn't going to say anything, but I heard, there's trouble and turmoil, and I wanted to continue to say thank you, and please continue to do your good work, and thank you for all your support.
Thank you, Sonia. We're going to move on to agenda items. 8B, Gail Wesson.
I have one agenda item, one non-agenda item. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Mayor and council members. 8B, it looks like it's quite a rewrite. It looks like there's maybe going to be more emphasis on commercial. I'm concerned about residential, but it looks like it's a major rewrite, and I'm not sure what the effect is. We had a quote, abandoned house that was occupied by various squatters for 9 months. I did talk to Carly Meyer at the time about boarding versus not boarding and the effect on neighborhoods. So I hope when this actually comes to fruition that there's a way to write something in a little simpler language, something for residents on what to do, how to go about reporting these. We had great help from Amerigo Code Enforcement, police, dispatchers, everyone, yet it took 2 visits by police and code enforcement, hauling off people in handcuffs. Of course, the DA isn't prosecuting, so nothing happened once they got to the police station. But hopefully this can be explained in a little simpler language. I understand ordinances have to be written in legal terminology, but hopefully there's a way to do like information, a website on how people can report and what they need to do. The non-agenda item, I hope the city's going to do a little bit more about spreading the word. I saw the press release on the transition from Ramona Humane to County Animal Services. Ramona Humane isn't issuing any more licenses as of the 29th. They mentioned in a Facebook post that the fees are going to be higher for licenses. So there's a lot, and I understand there's transition. Animals I don't know. I don't think they walk them down the street around the corner to Grand Avenue. So I know it's a big deal, but it would really help to get more information out to the community about the change, as well as because of the cap that's in the contract. It's going to be very important to try to really monitor intakes, because what the city doesn't want to have to do is pay for a second animal control officer. So I think it may involve getting more volunteers involved and other ways to just try to get the community to help out. Microchip clinic would really help. I realize that costs money. I don't know if the counties would charge you $3,500 for their mobile unit to come out just for microchips, but hopefully it's something the city looks at, because if animals have microchips, it speeds up. They have to be scanned before intake, and that speeds getting them home. That one other thing, the skate park is probably a little early on this. I think I've mentioned the mayor on this. When you get to setting hours, hopefully that skate park is not open in the heat of the day. Menifee does a great job at changing hours in summertime. So the parks are closed in the heat of the day, and they may have a little more hours like in the early evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Pat Gregory on 8D.
Good evening, council members, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to comment on 8D. I would like to know on what basis you think you can even offer these options. First, who drafted such a manipulative proposal suggesting that the more expensive and intense evaluations would result in the same information as the least costly and least invasive option? Are you serious? Second, Ordinance 1918 specifically requires an annual independent audit that has never been prepared. All three options you have proposed are not part of the ordinance and should not be considered at all. Why won't you produce the audit? Last week, I submitted a full request and asked specifically for a copy of the audit that's required. The response I got from the city clerk was, the ACFRs on the city's website are responsible to your Measure U audit request. No, they're not. So I sent an email to the finance director. I sent an email to the city manager and received no response. So, Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask you a favor. Could you please have someone from the city provide me with the exact page numbers on the ACFRs where the alleged independent Measure U audit can be found? And could you also ask the city attorney to provide me a copy of the independent annual audit that he alleges occurs alongside the ACFR on his impartial analysis of Measure H? Because I couldn't find that either. I am asking for a clarification of this information before this matter goes any further. Last week, a mom of 3 was murdered trying to keep drug deals away from her children's windows. Several weeks ago, a man was shot in Mary Henley Park, one of Hemet's few family-friendly parks. My neighbor on the next street over was murdered in her own home not that long ago. I wonder if the 30-plus police officers that were promised but never provided, but paid for by us, could have prevented these tragedies. Of course, we can only speculate, but it's something to think about. If the city of Hemet can afford to give a salary increase to the city manager after only being here for 7 months and push top city officials' salaries to nearly $300,000, the city of Hemet can afford the required Measure U annual audits. The city needs to be held accountable for the $80 million in Measure U funds that were not used as promised. We need the audit that's required. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat. Stacy Olson on 8D.
I am terribly disappointed that while voters kept their end of the deal by voting yes and paying the additional safety tax of 1%, council has yet to keep their end of the deal. One of the promises was made by council at that time in exchange for our vote of yes was made publicly during a cable TV interview with our then mayor, Bonnie Wright. She stated as a matter of fact that if the measure passes, the city will add, quote, at least 36 additional officers right away, end quote. 6+ years and approximately $80 million later, and we still do not have an additional 36 boots on the ground added. To add insult to injury, we were also promised in exchange for our yes vote, the additional tax money would be independently audited every year. To date, this has not been done. I know there's a debate on trying to compare an actual independent audit with the city's financial statement audit and the agreed upon procedures engagement. However, citizens did not agree to exchange their vote for that. We agreed to an annual independent audit on Measure U funds. It is terribly disheartening that 6+ years later or more, that we are even having a discussion as to whether we should have an independent audit done on Measure U funds or not. That was part of the deal. The fact that this promise went so long without being kept, that it will now cost the city a large sum of money to even do so, is absolutely outrageous. The staff report options makes it seem like the city is wanting to do what's right by not spending a large sum of our money on an audit, when in fact, the city wouldn't even have that money had we known that they weren't going to keep their end of the deal. We would have not voted yes, ever. As a council member, you take on every promise that was made to us by other members prior to you sitting in those chairs. So whether you personally made the promise or not, it is now on your shoulders, that promise. We were promised an annual independent audit on the funds in exchange for our yes vote. It was a deal. We kept our promise. We voted yes. You have our money. Now we are just asking that the city keeps their promise. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. City Clerk, are there any members of the public participating through Zoom that would like to comment on any items?
Thank you, Mayor. Now's the time for public comment. If you're on the Zoom call, I'd ask that you please raise your hand and I'll unmute you. And I do have Ann Smith on the line. You just have to unmute yourself now.
Hi there. Okay. Good evening, City Council members. I have a non-agenda item. It's just a note. Oops, there goes my note. Hang on one second. Regarding the fire department personnel that are being sent out to assist, when there is an off-site event, when there's a fire or there's some sort of event that requires additional help outside that jurisdiction, the city is reimbursed for the sharing of our resources. However, what I'm wondering is anyone monitoring, maybe at the fire department, the overtime for those employees that aren't engaged in the out of area emergencies. The reason I'm bringing this up is because we've had such a humongous problem, and I know it's not just Hemet, but I'm in Hemet, so this is about Hemet. We've had a humongous problem with overtime. And I don't think it's going to change much unless someone's keeping an eye on it. It would be really great if I could get a copy of the month-end revenue and expense report that the fire department sends to City Hall. I'm not sure who to speak to about that, but that would probably allay some of my fears. And if nothing else, it would give me a pretty good idea of really where that money is going. And that's really all I have to say. Thank you for letting me be part of the meeting.
Thank you, Ann.
There are no further public comments.
Thank you, sir. That'll be the end of comments. We will now move to presentations. Council members will present the National Hispanic Heritage Month proclamation. That would be Carol, Councilmember Kendricks. To Sonia Lamas of Lamas Housing.
Here we go. Okay. We'll do this again. City of Hemet of California proclamation, National Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas Hispanic Americans can trace their roots back centuries to indigenous people and settlers of the New World who were on this continent long before the founding of our nation. And whereas millions of Hispanic people have come to the United States from Mexico, Puerto Rico, Cuba, and other Caribbean regions, Central and South America, and Spain, creating and enriching our American culture. And whereas honoring Hispanic heritage nationally began in 1968 when President Johnson proclaimed Hispanic Heritage Week. 20 years later, President Reagan expanded the honor by proclaiming the first Hispanic Heritage Month in 1988, a period which starts on September 15th and ends on October 15th. And whereas September 15th is the anniversary of the independence of the Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and September 18th. And whereas the city of Hemet celebrates the gift of Hispanic culture and offers a rich heritage, a deep commitment to family and community, and a strong work ethic, an entrepreneurial spirit, and an unwavering belief in the American dream. Now, therefore, I, Joe Males, Mayor of the City of Hemet, along with the City Council, do hereby proclaim on this day that we recognize September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month.
I'll gladly accept this. Thank you.
You're welcome. Malcolm Lilienthal will present the National Preparedness Month proclamation to Deputy Fire Chief Webb.
National Preparedness Month. Whereas across the nation, September has been designated as National Preparedness Month to encourage all Americans and communities to improve emergency preparedness. And National Preparedness Month is led by the Federal Emergency Management Agency and is sponsored by its Ready campaign. National Preparedness Month creates a significant opportunity for residents of the city of Hemet to prepare their homes, their businesses, and communities for any emergency, and from disasters, from natural disasters, and to potential terrorist attacks. The city of Hemet encourages citizens to ensure the safety and well-being of their families, their neighbors, and their communities by receiving proper training for emergency situations. Emergency preparedness is the responsibility of every citizen of Hemet, and all citizens are urged to make preparedness a priority by taking 4 simple steps. The first one being prepare an emergency supply kit. The second one would be to create a family emergency plan. The third one would be to be aware of the types of emergencies that can occur in the city of Hemet. And the fourth one would be to get involved with local preparedness organizations and efforts. And so therefore, the mayor, city of Hemet, along with the rest of the city council, proclaims the month of September as National Preparedness, and we urge all citizens to recognize the importance of preparedness in our community.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of Chief Sell and the men and women of the fire department, I wanted to say thank you so much for the proclamation. We are willing and able to respond to any emergency in the community. However, the best emergency is the one that gets prevented. So we appreciate bringing awareness to this cause. We also would invite all of the public as well as the city council to our annual open house, which is taking place on October 14th at 10 a.m. Where the public will have an opportunity to learn more about emergency preparedness. And as the council member mentioned, we also do have a community emergency response team, our CERT program, which is a great opportunity for the public to get involved and to be trained for emergency response in their community.
Thank you, sir.
That's it. Thank you. Next, we'll move on to the Department of Life Safety Code Enforcement Update presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, and esteemed staff. I'm Battalion Chief Greg Lloyd. I'm currently filling in as the liaison for the Department of Life Safety, also known as DLS. I'm here with Code Compliance Manager Lionel Martinez, and we're here to share some background and current data from our DLS Code Compliance Division. The Department of Life Safety's formation was approved unanimously by Council in November of 2022, based on various department interactions pertaining to the matters of life safety. The fire chief / agency director provides overall management and leadership to the fire department as well as DLS. The daily management of DLS falls under the purview of the chief building official / deputy fire marshal. This position is currently vacant. As a battalion chief of community risk reduction, I am currently providing oversight to DLS until the current recruitment is completed, which is going on right now. Code and building were placed under the fire department due to a number of life safety touch points between the departments. Building and safety, as well as code, often deal with substandard conditions that have impacts on health and safety. The fire code provides opportunities for code to act in exigent circumstances to address issues with greater efficiency. Having all three departments together increases communication on quality of life issues and improved leadership and coordination that align with the city's strategic plan. The fire department over the last 40 years has evolved into an all-hazard department with duties such as emergency medical services delivery, hazardous materials, and urban search and rescue. Likewise, fire prevention has evolved into community risk reduction. And when one looks at the 5 E's of community risk reduction, which would be education, enforcement, engineering, economic incentive, and emergency response, it's easy to see where the correlation becomes clear within the Department of Life Safety. With the highest priority being life safety, one of CODE's priorities is the support of public safety. Responding to callouts for both police and fire, the officers respond to address substandard living conditions resulting from fire damage, criminal activity, mental health issues, or hoarding. In addition, code officers support our police department by assisting in the homeless move along program.
Closely following life safety issues are those related to quality of life. Studies have shown that blight, such as graffiti, abandoned properties, and illegal dumping are precursors for crime. In addition, addressing illegal vendors and unpermitted construction help provide clear expectations on what we want our city to look like. When areas such as the commercial corridor along Florida Avenue share common issues, such as landscaping or boarded up windows, rather than create individual cases for each property and reduce an officer's efficiency, neighborhood enhancement projects are created. And these items are grouped together and they provide a consistent enforcement and interaction within our community. Furthermore, as part of the City Manager's Clean Streets Initiative, Code is working closely with Public Works to provide support and enforcement while they perform various cleanups around the city. Our code enforcement team is made up of 3 officers, 1 manager, 1 OS3 or Office Support 3, and 1 OS1, which is currently that OS1 is shared within the DLS due to a recent vacancy. So we've had to kind of shift some duties around for that until that vacancy is filled, which that recruitment is currently taking place as well. The manager provides support to each of the officers and actually shares a part of their caseload as needed, providing support where applicable. The code manager also serves as the interface between code enforcement and the city attorney's office, assembling cases to move up to the next level. Years ago, the city was divided into 4 segments. At that time, when there was 4 full-time code officers and 2 part-time employees that would assist code officers with property cleanup. When staffing was reduced, a look at business density and case activity revealed a higher than normal caseload along the Florida corridor. As you know, that the way our city is designed, it's very linear and long with a high amount of businesses and activity along the Florida corridor. As a result of that, the staff was directed to prioritize the NEPs or the neighborhood enhancement projects, and a realignment was created. The code officer that's assigned to the corridor has a variety of cases that are much more expansive, such as those neighborhood enhancement projects along the Florida corridor. So although their cases may be lower in numbers, their workload is equivalent to the other officers. In addition, as things get moved and adjusted, they have added a neighborhood enhancement program for illegally parked vehicles on the west side of the city, and that has been given to that officer as well. This is a kind of an overview on the case workload, and I want to kind of explain a little bit of the data that's in there. And although that the data appears to show an unequal distribution of cases, the complexity and workload results in an even distribution of work, which is what we're looking for. That being said, workload is monitored and is adjusted as needed. Our code functions as one team and often works together on projects that require additional personnel, while always being available to respond to the urgent request for service from public safety. Current workload trends slightly above the closure of cases, which can result in delays and backlogs. Additional backlogs result from items such as non-conforming buildings that are awaiting a final ruling from a building official, as well as other low priority items. Some of those lower priority items are in that last column that are called tickled out for 30 days in the hopes that that margin surfaces and those workload issues can be addressed. Keep in mind that all of those cases like that are low priority items. None of those are high priority items such as quality of life issues or life safety issues. As we move through and looking at these, staff conducted some research on comparable cities within the region to provide council with potential options for the appropriate size of code enforcement staff. With regards to the asterisks along the Hemet number, which includes the code manager, 4 officers positions and 1 manager's positions were assigned to code until FY 2019, when the position was eliminated due to budgetary constraints. That was created due to a vacancy that was not filled after attrition. As we move forward and give some overview of the violation process, it's important to note that the process involves these items that are not deemed an immediate risk to health and safety. These criteria are based on the California Health and Safety Code and the Uniform Housing Code. And those codes provide the roadmap that makes the determination of what's an imminent threat. It's not something that's done arbitrarily or something. We use that as our standard for those particular issues. Looking at the process that goes through in these 5 steps, we have initial with the courtesy notice. Our goal at the from beginning to end is always to encourage the property owner to fix it themselves. It's the least expensive. It's the one that preserves the relationship. And as we move forward as a city, that's where we would always like to see is us partnering with the community to be able to fix things, to address them, rather than having to go through the process of handling it ourselves, because those incur additional costs and then have to go through an additional process of recouping those costs. So we have a courtesy notice that has the 30-day runtime, a second courtesy notice, and then there's an initial investigation. Violation notices are issued, and each of these has a 20-day period of time within them. And then we go into citations. Then there are 3 levels of citations. And I know if you note in section 4 on the point 4, there is a 4th citation. That 4th citation deals only when building permits are involved. So for most code cases, it only goes to a 3rd citation. And only in the very rare cases do we actually go to a 4th citation, and that's usually when there's a building permit involved. Once that 3rd citation has been pushed through and expires after that 15 days, then those cases are assembled and moved to the city attorney for review for whether it's abatement or some other type of mitigation. Currently, right now, the staff is in discussion with the city attorney to shorten this time. The proposal is to eliminate the second courtesy notice and the second violation notice. These are relatively simple to implement and will shorten time by 45 to 50 days. Although this might not appear to be sufficient, it does appear to be to take a long time. Recognize one, that these have to do with imminent life safety issues, and we are bound by the courts to provide what they consider ample time for the resident to correct or the individual to correct the issue. If we don't provide them ample time, then they will bring that back to us and they will kick it back. And so it's really up to the court. That the other thing that might happen is if we end up taking action for that issue through an abatement process and it's determined that we didn't provide ample time, then we end up owning the cost for that abatement and we can't seek reimbursement for it. Here are the 2023 cases at a glance. And that provides, and this is kind of where we look at some good information on the work of the OS3. The OS3, and although there might be, you saw in one of the earlier slides, a caseload, they really don't have a caseload. They're not a code enforcement officer. But what we find is that there are a lot of cases or a lot of incidents that can be handled by an email, by a letter, we have pre-form letters, we have notice of violation letters, we have notice of correction letters that can just be sent out. So there's really no involvement. It's just that, just a clerical support. And a lot of those can be created. A lot of those can be taken care of and be done and closed out. And so that's where we see our office support, our OS3, working with all of the officers, helping to make sure that we move things through. And then also that OS3 creates cases for the officers through SeeClickFix. Many times, as you see, there's some in there that say the cases that are closed without officer intervention. This occurs when an officer responds, but due to one reason or another, the violation is no longer present. Some of the violations that we get, parking on the front yard, blocking of sidewalks, or things like that, by the time the officer shows up, it's gone. We would call those transient in nature. Some of these complaints end up being civil in nature too. We've had things where where they think that it's a code violation, but it ends up being a civil between two individual private parties, and it really is not a code issue. We also show here on this that 561 cases being brought into compliance also shows the efforts of our officers bringing resolution to cases brought forward. The process can be arduous at times, but the efforts of our officers to bring resolution forward are admirable. In addition to complaints brought forth through the public, in this, we also have, because we interface with the housing and community development through things such as mobile homes, complaints may initiate at HCD, and then they're brought back because we have taken jurisdiction over that mobile home park, and now it's our responsibility. So they come through that process as well. The courtesy notices waiting to go to officers are those that are within that 30-day window. So when we provide a courtesy notice, we give them 30 days to respond to that. So what you see in some of those cases are those that are just in that 30-day window waiting to go forward to officers. There is a typo, and I apologize for that here on this, that it says third cite cases. So that's just that third citation that's then passed waiting to go to the city attorney. There's not three that cite. It's at that third citation. I know there's four, we talked about 4 citations, but that has to do with things that involve building permits. And then 128 open C-Click Fix cases. We were running reports with this, and what we found was that an open case in C-Click Fix includes an acknowledged case. Staff has worked through to acknowledge all of those cases within 24 hours and start to assign them. When we do that, then we still move those along within the priorities, with life safety being first, quality of life, and then moving those down so that as we address them and acknowledge them, they still fit within our code enforcement mission on those particular areas. So I'd like to end by just saying, on behalf of Chief Sell and the Hemington Fire and Life Safety Agency, I appreciate your time and attention, and would answer any questions that you might have.
Anyone have any questions?
Yes, Mayor. So under the responsibilities, the first item is fire and police request for services. So can you explain to me what that's about? Because in my experience, fire request, for, maybe a house that's caught on fire needs to be red tagged. In my experience, that's done by a building official. And I'm wondering, is that in code's job description, or is that in the building department's job description?
So there's a couple of reasons why that's following the code. So we do have a number of our code officers that are building inspectors as well. They've been certified, they've been trained and such. In that, currently right now, we have no city employees that are in the building department. And we do have a recruitment underway. We have a job offer out to one individual. So within that, trying to work within our budgetary means within that, and not having to call back a contract building official to come back and do a red tag procedure in that. And so, is there anything you want to add?
And it's also been the practice in the past that code enforcement officers will respond at night. So we're 24/7. An officer does respond out. If we get a fire structure and the fire department calls us out, we'll go ahead and red tag it. We used to share that responsibility with building and safety when we had a full staff with them.
But again, my question is, whose responsibility is it in the job description? Because from my understanding, it's the building official. So based on the numbers that you're providing about case and workload, I'm very concerned that code is taking on more responsibilities than what's in their job description. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's I'm very concerned. I'm very concerned about the 2 officers that have the majority of the cases. I'm concerned about you doing things outside of your job description. I understand we have no building staff, but again, it seems like this department is extremely overburdened, just being reactive. I mean, they can't be proactive. So this is my concern. Lionel. I'm a working manager. I work a lot of entitlements. If I work for a small city, you work for a small city. I would like to see your numbers up. And when you say you're assisting on cases, I want to know what that means. If you're providing direction, are you going out? How active are you on that? Because I'm very concerned that you have two officers that have 584 cases, and between you and another officer and an office assistant or specialist, it's 158. So it's very unbalanced. And I heard what Mr. Lloyd said about, the other officer kind of working on a heavy thing, but it doesn't look like that. I just based on the numbers, I'm concerned. On page 15, I have extreme concerns about 90 days for something to happen. We have to shorten that. It's unacceptable. There are so many issues out there. And again, Hemet's only reactive. And we can't keep up if we're letting, issues stay open for 90 days before we can actually start enforcing. On page 15, also it talks about multiple third violations. So in under number 6, under citations, forced citation, it says it's rarely given, but it's issued after multiple third citations are given. So this is my question. Do we do 1/3 citation or multiples? Because the way this read, it says after multiples. So.
And that was part of the typo on my part. It should read after the 3rd citation. The multiples is the typo in that.
Okay. In my experience, C-click fix cases are closed too early. When I got onto council, I submitted 3. And every 2 weeks, I told the city manager, nothing's happened. Nothing's happened. At 4 weeks, he asked me which cases I submitted. And my response was, does it matter? It shouldn't matter if I'm a council member or a resident. But I did provide him with the items that I reported and they were acknowledged. So it was 4 weeks later. But then 2 weeks went by, nothing happened. Talked to the city manager. Another 2 weeks went by. And then, so it took 60 days for someone to look at it. They've all been closed. Only one's been addressed. I drive by these violations every day and they're closed. I don't use C-click fix anymore. I email you, Lionel, because I don't get results. And what is the typical time to acknowledge?
I would say 24 hours.
Okay, so 30 days after complaining to the city manager for 4 weeks for me.
And I will tell you that that was something that was given to staff and once we received that information, we did best due efforts to change it because it wasn't happening. And so our goal and our mandate or directive has been to acknowledge within 24 hours.
And I'm concerned with how many are closed, just based on my experience. So on page 18, I noted that we need to hire staff and reduce reliance on contractors. And so I kind of heard your position on that, and I understand. I'm concerned about how this is cohesive with fire. I'm not aware of any other jurisdiction that has code and building under the fire department. And I've been asking around if you can tell me some other jurisdictions that are organized this way. I would like to know what those are, but and I've worked for 3 jurisdictions and I've kind of never seen it organized this way. So I'm having a little difficulty with that.
Yeah, I'll be more than happy to provide you that information.
On the 46 notices waiting to go out, so is that something that the office specialist can get out, or am I not understanding this?
Are you talking about the 46 that were
Waiting to go out.
Yeah, so they're just waiting on the timeline. So once that 30-day hits, they're in that courtesy notice. Once that courtesy notice hits its 30 days, then it goes to the next
Oh,
step. So
okay,
that's where
that,
it
that
is.
makes sense to me. And, let's see. On one of the slides, it said there's 180 cases per officer, but I brought up again, it doesn't seem very balanced. And then when you mentioned illegally parked vehicles on the west end, so is that on street or off street?
That would be off street.
Okay,
So
Because-
on street would fall under the purview of the police department.
right, I know that. So that's kind of where I was going. And then it's my understanding that there are inspection logs and officer logs, and I'm wondering if I can get those logs as soon as possible.
Yeah, a lot of it's their daily logs that they usually write out before they head out in the field. So through Track It, it gives them a workspace. They pull up all the workspace. They usually go from 15 to 25 cases a day. But at the same time, you got to keep in mind that we get called out to fires, we
Mhm.
get called out to police calls. Also, some of the issues that we're having with the homeless, we're the ones that respond out to that, helping out police department and fire department. So that veers from them just doing the caseload, also the shopping carts down the corridor, Florida corridor. We're responding to those. So the officers sometimes have to do the backlog. That's where some of your backlog comes in. They have to push their cases out for tomorrow.
Right.
So the cases that they didn't do today, they'll push them out tomorrow, and then they'll try to get to those cases. So now maybe instead of 15 to 20, now they have the last from the day before.
So, I mean, I think you've heard my concern is that you and your staff are taking on more responsibilities that might be other departments' responsibilities. On the slide, it said also Public Works requests. So what are those?
Well, that would be like, sometimes we respond to graffitis, the shopping carts. We're looking at landscaping along Florida corridor, those parkways, we're addressing those. Sometimes those are some of the Public Works calls.
Okay, but I go back to what's in your job description and what's in their job descriptions.
Certainly, and just to shed a little more light on that. So specifically with some of the public works. So let's say something like illegal signage or whatnot. Code enforcement's role in that within their job description, it was to be something along the lines of, is there a phone number on the sign? And we would then notify the individual saying, hey, you're posting illegal signage. But as far as just being a good employee of the city, it's why if a code enforcement person is there, they can't reach up and pull the sign down. And that's what we're talking about. It's not that we have been necessarily been given, this is now your new job, but it is, but I appreciate that you bring up the point that at some point, all of the extra ancillary things or trying to help out could have its impact on some of the other duties that we're going. But just to provide some clarity that it's not in there, but as a good employee, if it's sitting there, if there's a piece of trash on the ground, we're not going to step by and go, that's Public Works job. We're going to be good employees and pick those things up.
I get that being a team player, but again, I mean, it's obvious they're overburdened, and that's what I'm really concerned about.
Absolutely.
And since I've been on council and I've been using, the tools that you have out there, I've seen that it's suffering. So, I think code enforcement should really focus on code enforcement and help out when they can, but I'm really concerned about you doing tasks that are not part of your job description, like red tagging a building. If that's not in your job description, then I think that we need to do a better job to rectify that.
Perfect. Thank you for the feedback.
Okay, that's all I have.
Any other council members? Nope. I just had a couple of things. I'm looking at your chart on code enforcement comparable cities. And I can see what the problem is that we're having and not getting enforcement taken care of the way we should. I mean, we're lacking employees. You only have 4 for 91,000 citizens. Paris for 81,000 has 11. Indio 10 for 90,000. I mean, the only other one that is low is Marietta with 112,000 people with only 6. But what are you doing in order to hire new people, to get people on board? Because that's what we need.
Mayor, we're fully staffed in code enforcement with the 4 allocated positions.
How can we be fully staffed?
We're staffed to what the budget has appropriated. What we have is 4 allocated positions, just as we had last year.
Well, it's
It was
not-
last at 5. I recognize, and this is one of the reasons I think it's important to receive information like this in context, because it helps put things like this in context. We do have a few operations on the non-fire, non-police side of the house that I think it's challenging when there aren't as many resources available to address community and council concerns.
It's ridiculous. Okay, and anyone else? Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to move on to consent calendar. All consent calendar items will be acted upon simultaneously unless requested by an individual council member for separate consideration. Are there any members of the council that would like to pull any consent items for separate consideration?
Pull 7B.
7B,
7F.
anyone else?
7C, 7D, 7G, and 7H.
What was the last one?
7H,
H.
H,
Well, okay.
C, D,
D,
G,
F, C, D, H.
C, D, G, H.
Any others?
Anymore?
I'm sorry, what's that?
No more.
No, we have 7A still that hasn't been pulled.
Or 7E.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the items that are remaining and a second, please?
I'll make a motion.
Second. Okay.
I have a motion.
Clerk, may we have a roll call?
Thank you, Mayor. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Peterson. Council, please cast your votes.
Which ones are we approving?
We're approving the consent calendar with the removal of items B, C, D, F, G, and H for separate consideration.
So A and E.
A and E
We're
are,
approving A and E. A and E.
A and E,
Okay,
A and E, excuse me.
thank you.
That motion passes 5-0.
thank you, sir. So let's start with 7B.
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's mine. I'm only, I want that as a separate motion because I'm voting no. On 7B,
Voting.
I'm voting no. I voted no last time. It's just consistency of vote on that item.
I do have a comment, Mayor.
I can hear.
I have a comment, Mayor.
Yes.
On page 46, line 21, it talks about serving after the term. I would like to have that revised to serving within the term. I have concerns about people serving after their term and not staying on top of recruiting. As an infrastructure commissioner, I was out of term for a year. That just was uncomfortable, and I really don't want to put any of our commissioners in that situation. I think a term is a term, and that's our expectation. So I would ask that we have that revised.
Mayor, I did just want to point out, it's certainly possible to revise an ordinance when it's at the second reading. However, the council needs to be aware that that converts this essentially to a first reading. So if you do revise the language and strike that sentence like Councilwoman Kendrick is talking about, and to be clear, that would have the effect that she's talking about. Those terms would end at the end of their term. They would no longer be on the planning commission. Those seats would be vacant. You can do that.
I'm good with that.
That would mean that this would essentially be the first reading. We'd have to have another second reading at the next city council meeting. So I just want to make sure you guys understand that that's.
I'm good with that if everyone else is good with that.
City Attorney, I questioned that line in there too, and you kind of explained it to me, like when we're in the transition now, because we're disestablishing infrastructure and we can't revise the planning commission for like 60 days, correct? So I think that was your reason for putting that in, to kind of do that gap.
So the reason that I've placed that language in there is because there's been ambiguity on that in the past in this city. There have been planning commissioners who have termed out. There's been people on other commissions who have termed out, and replacements had not yet been appointed. If that happens to an advisory commission, that's unfortunate. The advisory commission cannot meet and make recommendations. If that happens to the planning commission, then they cannot meet, they cannot make decisions. But on the flip side, I think when, we've been having these kind of conversations, I think that if you're talking about best practices, you'd have set terms and the seats would be vacant, but it would be incumbent upon staff to fly those positions, get resumes, and it would be incumbent upon the council to appoint people so that those seats are filled. I think this is, when we're talking about the city attorney position, sometimes I think I just want the ship to keep moving. And so I'll walk around with legislative duct tape, as it were. But I think if you're looking at what Councilwoman Kendrick is proposing, that is the more common practice. But there would be consequences if the ship is not maintained.
I completely understand that, but staff can be proactive. And I mean, I've heard from several members of the community that are interested in these positions and have applied. So I don't think that there's a lack of people wanting to serve. But I think that staff can do better and in doing the recruitments. I think, I mean, a term is a term. What's the point of having a term if I'm gonna serve a year outside of my term? That doesn't make sense to me.
I'm okay with that. Like I said, I questioned it and I thought it was just more for like the transition. And I too hope that we have like a tickler or something, because in the past, we've had many positions that have expired for months and months with no applications, no job, announcements or anything. So a lot of these things have not been timely, and that's what we need to do.
And I think that, when we look at when the terms are set to expire, I put the date of April 1st, 2025 for the first one. That is a few months after a general municipal election. And so that gives time for potentially new council members to be seated, get the word out that, we're looking for people on the planning commission. And if a change is warranted, to give time for that process. I think there's ample time to fly resumes, get interviews, and get appointments with the time periods you have there, if that's what you want to do.
I would agree. If we're going to do this, let's do it right.
So I'd like to make a motion to approve 7B with the revisions to page 46, line 21.
Can I get a second?
I'll second it.
We get a vote.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Peterson. That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Krupa voting no.
Moving on to 7F, right?
And for the record, I just want to clarify that that's waiving for first reading on the particular ordinance.
So we're starting over, just, okay,
That is correct.
that's fine. U7F?
Yes.
On 7F, I had the question and I asked it earlier in the week, and I had the same question from a citizen, a resident. So I just wanted you to explain the difference in the 25% and 42%, so all of our constituents know, because it really wasn't explained in the staff report.
Sure. Yeah. When we applied for the grant, we committed to a 25% match. When they finished the scoring, RCTC reached out to me and said, we don't have enough funds to provide the 75% that you requested. And so would you be willing to accept something less? And so I said, yes, I would rather have something than nothing. And that's how we got to this 42% versus 58% match.
Thank you. That was explained to me earlier and I appreciate that. And now everybody knows why it's different. Thank you.
Okay, so you're gonna
I'll make a motion to approve that item.
second? Okay.
Thank you.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Peterson and second by Mayor Males.
No.
No, Krupa.
Krupa, excuse me. Okay, who do you both? Councilmember Krupa, second. That motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to 7C.
So I had a couple questions on this item. One of the questions is how often are alerts of new legislation and judicial decisions provided to the city council?
Should I wait for you or? No, I can field it. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Tori Roberts, Administrative Services Director. So with regard to how frequently we get legislative updates from the city attorney, generally there's an annual legislative update between the end of the legislative session and when new statutes go into effect on January 1st. And Mr. Graham's firm, Cole Huber, is actually pretty great at making management apprised of any changes to legislation as they come up as well. So that would include any urgency statutes that go into effect or other significant changes in regulations, and including updates on cases as they go out, as the cases come out and decisions are made public.
The next question I had is on page 30 or 63. It talks about a 34% increase, yet I received different information today. So can you explain to me why it's not a 34% increase?
Sure. There was actually originally Cole Huber was hired in January of 21, and we're just on the topic of the their regular service fee that they have. And so there was the original $30,000. And then in March, actually, of the same year, the council approved an adjustment to factor in an increase in the level of effort that Mr. Graham and Cole Huber provide to the city from 160 hours to 175 hours per month. And from there was a relative, I think it was about $2,800 increase in the fees that we have on a monthly basis. And so that number, after I learned about that March 2021 agreement, shifted that 34% to a smaller number, which I believe was 26%.
22.6 is
Correct.
the
Yep.
information that I got. So that I have a concern with 34% increase. I still think 22.6 is of concern, but I'll hear from the other council members on one of the questions I had is because when I previously worked for the city, we just had a firm and we weren't participating in the CJPIA. And so my question is, how much are we paying for the CJPIA annually? And then how much are we paying Cole Huber annually?
Certainly. So there's a couple of pieces of the puzzle that I want to clarify for the council and for you, Councilwoman Kendrick. And the first piece of the puzzle is we actually don't pay CalJPIA for legal services. We pay them for insurance coverage. And so that's one piece of the puzzle that I want to make sure is very clear. So if we look at the financial trends for our insurance coverages, we paid CalJPIA at the beginning of this fiscal year about $2.1 million for our insurance coverages. And that includes our annual contribution, excess liability, and property insurance. We do have a little over $1 million budgeted for our legal services all in for the city from the various firms, including Cole Huber, Liebert Cassidy Whitmore, Marshak, and Special Counsel for Code Enforcement and Community Development. Included in that total is also a small portion for Burke Williams, which was our prior city attorney services. However, Burke Williams doesn't provide services to the city anymore. They don't have any open work for us. And so just for some historical trend analysis, going back to when we had Burke Williams serving us, we paid back in 1920 almost $2.2 million for city attorney services. And the year before that, it was in 1819, it was almost $1.6 million. So our legal services all in for the city, inclusive of this contract with Cole Huber, are actually significantly lower.
But so the insurance with the CGPIA, I mean, what does that cover? So I think that covers us. I mean, or explain to me what that insurance covers.
So that includes our general liability, workers' comp. So we have actually, JPIA provides a couple of different service providers for our insurances because we have workers' comp, we have general liability, and so forth. And so that portion, those costs for insurance are not inclusive or separate from these attorney services.
Oh, okay. But we didn't have them before when we were with BWS.
You know what? I'd have to check into
we
that.
didn't. We didn't. So that's kind of what I'm getting at is
But we paid other insurances. So our fees, combined fees were higher than what they are now with the way we've split them out.
I'm concerned about being retroactive. Also on page 70, so it's an annual contract. I would like to request a biannual contract. The jurisdiction that I work for, the city attorney's been there 7 years, has never raised the rate. So, you know, I just want to kind of look out for the city and trying to reduce costs. On page 70, item 2L or 2I21. So it talks about monthly invoices and it requires the city to pay within a month. But I bring this up because in a warrant register not too long ago, we received invoices from December through April. So I'd like to have something added into the language that requires them to invoice us on a monthly basis. You know, it was a kind of a surprise to see such a high bill on one of the warrant registers. So I think that if they want us to pay them monthly, they need to invoice us monthly. Those are all the questions I had on that item.
Any other council members?
Just a quick question, follow up what Carol just asked. Do we know why? Do we know why the invoices came in late and why they were then paid late?
That is because doing billing is the least favorite part of my job, councilperson. And draft invoices were sitting in my email box for 4 months. And then I was informed by the managing partner that we do not work for free and that I needed to finalize those invoices and send them to the city. I was also informed by the finance department that I needed to get my invoices in before the end of the fiscal year. I don't object to the requirement that Council Member Kendrick has requested that there be a timeline to get those mostly informational invoices in to the city.
That would be good.
Malcolm? No? Anyone else?
Deeper than the do before.
Thank you, Tori. Good job. Can we get a motion?
I would make a motion to approve with all the recommendations that I proposed.
Second.
So you requested a biennial contract. Is that what you're proposing?
Biannual contract, monthly billing by the firm, and then no retroactive.
And that has to go back.
Yeah, yeah.
Mayor, I think it would be appropriate to ask the city attorney if he's agreeable to the recommended changes.
Well, you asked him already.
I think I'm the only contract that gets negotiated from the dais. That's fun though. The firm has no issue with making it prospective only, not retroactive to July 1st. In terms of the CPI adjustments occurring every other year instead of every year, that's acceptable to us. In terms of requiring that the invoices be turned in within 45 days of the end of the month, I think that's,
I'm okay with that.
I think those are all perfectly acceptable. I think those were all the changes that were requested. And I agree.
Thank you, sir.
So I'll make a motion to approve 7C with all the recommended amendments.
And second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal.
Moving on.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'm sorry. That's moving to 7D. Who pulled 7D?
I think I did. I just had a couple of quick questions. So on page 82, so it's talking about these laptops that are being purchased for the Emergency Operations Center. So my question is, will those laptops remain at the EOC or will they go home with members of the EOC staff?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Councilmember Kendrick, the answer to that is that they will stay in the Emergency Operations Center. We have boxes that contain all of the equipment that are stored in the building in an operational state of readiness that would be able to be deployed in the case of a wide-scale emergency in the city.
Okay. Anyone that's kind of watched the couple meetings that I've been at, quotes are kind of a trigger for me. So on page 89, I was happy to see that we had a quote date and it wasn't expired. On page 90, though, that quote expires in a couple days. So if that is a firm that we're looking at, I'm concerned of being able to retain that quote. And then on page 91, that didn't have a quote expiration. So again, I'm looking at these only because of my experience in other jurisdictions that it's created, chaos, and has been very expensive for jurisdictions that I've worked for. And I just want to protect the city.
Absolutely. And we did request a updated quote from the preferred vendor who was the lowest vendor. And that is the most recent quote that you see. The second one expires in, I believe, 4 days on the 30th of this month. And then the third one didn't have an expiration date, but being that both of them were significantly higher than the lowest quote, we didn't reach out to them for updated quotes.
Okay. I just appreciate that. And it's something that I'm always looking at. So that's all I had. So if no one has any comments, I'll make a motion to approve item 7D.
I'll second it.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Peterson. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to 7H.
But G.
G.
Oh, I'm sorry.
G.
I missed G. Okay. 7G.
And H.
So I pulled 7G, and so I just had a couple questions. On page 44, it indicates that there were surrounding agencies that were contacted, and I'd like to know what those agencies were. If they're Inland Empire or Riverside County agencies.
Sorry, we surveyed Menifee and Indio.
And was it only those two jurisdictions because this is a specialized position?
Yes, that's correct. Specialized in just the closest surrounding cities that had similar position.
Do their positions require a bachelor's degree?
No, that was a review. It's a lower level position, and we're just having Chief Pustis here to state what a difficult time we're having with recruiting for this position with the current requirement of a BA degree.
So I saw that it went from a BA to an AA, which I had a concern. But if it's consistent with other jurisdictions that have these type of specialized positions, I can live with that. I just want to make sure that we're getting a good team. And, I know that the city has problems recruiting, and you know, I understand why. So, I mean, if there's ways to address that by not kind of reducing the requirements, I'm open to those discussions. I did have a concern about this person is going to administer post-testing and kind of work that, but you're taking away the requirement to be post-certified. So can you explain to me how we're going to have someone kind of administering this and working on this, but they are not certified themselves?
Yeah, what happens with that specific position, you're not actually, when we post these job descriptions, we, in the past, this was done by a management analyst with other additional duties. On this, they focused with doing our personnel and training, specifically with POST, which uses the electronic data interchange, which is a software platform, and it's just learning. And POST will actually instruct and certify our individual that focuses on EDI, which is the electronic data interchange. So it's just learning that software. We're looking for someone that is an expertise in clerical work, administration, good organizational skills, and they have the only access by POST, which is audited consistently. So that's audited by the state. We also have Matthew O'Dean, who's our regional rep, that comes down and physically audits what we do. So it's monitored, and we certify that individual.
For the other jurisdictions that you looked at, do they require the post certification?
And just for a clarification, the position itself did not require a post certification. What it required was knowledge of post. So basically, that's what the requirement that was removed. This position never required to be post certified.
Can I interject here a little too? You know, I looked at the post training, peace officer standards and training, and I researched it, and it said that anyone that deals with being a part of the police station or police, including dispatchers, require post training. And so I don't understand why we're lowering the standards for this position. And if he's going to be working with people that are supposed to be post trained, doesn't this position require that?
I think I need to clarify more of who is post certified. Only sworn personnel are post certified. There's post classes that are provided to non-sworn professional staff. But when it comes to post certification, that's peace officers, exactly what the title is. Peace officer standards and training, that's what's included. On this specific position, they monitor our training because we have to be diligent in making sure that our officers are within the training, which is required by the state, which is audited, as I mentioned, on what we do from anywhere from de-escalation to firearms training. Those are all audited. So it's not necessarily this person needs to be post certified. We're not lowering any standards. In fact, we will never lower our standards here. It's important, especially with the organization, the liability that we have within the organization, within the city. We will not lower our standards. This specific position is a high-powered clerical spot that needs to understand time constraints, because time constraints are very important with post, making sure that we have all our people certified within the time frame that they need to be certified. So that's the focus on that. They are not post certified at all.
Okay, I get that. And I pulled up what you were talking about, Norma, but you're striking the police personnel and training coordinator is a specialized classification requiring a working knowledge of California Post guidelines and certification requirements. So why is that being stricken? So
let me explain that. I actually did this job for 6 months.
Okay.
There's the explanation. If I could do it, we could get anyone else to do it. It's the knowledge base behind it. So I was able to, as a captain, when we didn't have that position filled for 6 months, I jumped in it, learning the specific regulations and software program of EDI to work with Post, working with our regional rep, working with the state to make sure that we're inputting the certificates that are provided by the training coordinators offsite or internally to make sure that we're up with our training. So there's nothing other than, we're not lowering our standards at all. It's specifically having somebody focusing on making sure that we're up to date with all our training and to assist with recruiting. And that's all it is, not lowering our standards.
Okay, so my next question is our classification consistent with the other jurisdictions, and is the pay competitive with the other jurisdictions that were analyzed?
Yeah, it's comparative, especially like I mentioned, we went from a management analyst that handled different duties within the personnel training program, plus other duties that we have taken away just to focus for this one individual in this job description to handle our personnel and training with some recruitment. So we're there where we should be. We're comparable. The issue that we had before is a lot of people would look at, when you talk about post, you working as a city council and working for other jurisdictions, you understand what that is. When you have people that have those skills and ability to do a great job as a personnel and training coordinator for a police department, they don't know what California Post is. They think exactly what you think, that they have to be certified and understand. It's not. It's just learning that training, the software of EDI and the process with California State Post.
Thank you. That kind of clarifies all the concerns that I had. I don't know if
Anyone else?
I will.
Thank you. Well, go ahead.
I will make a motion to approve 7G.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Motion
Second,
by,
please.
motion by
Oh.
Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 5-0.
Let's move on to 7H.
Okay, so I was looking at the police chief and the city manager and their contracts and the latest updated salary schedule that was approved on August 8th of 2023. And based on this, the police chief's contract, it says he has to make 17.7% more than his highest paid employee, which would be a captain. So if you look at the salary schedule, the captains make $190,000 a year. And what's being proposed for the police chief is significantly higher than 17.7%. So I just like a little bit of explanation on why there's such a huge differential between the salary schedule for the captains and what the police chief's salary is.
Certainly, Councilwoman Kendrick, you hit the nail right on the head with the word differential. So with the police chief's compensation adjustment, there are a number of qualitative factors that we're required to include that are different than just the raw base salary. So the police chief, his compensation, his compression evaluation is actually measured inclusive of certain certifications that exist for the next highest paid police captain. And there's a healthy stack of them. I didn't bring them with me in front of me today. I can actually show you the calculation separately should you so desire. But we as management had a very healthy conversation about what should and shouldn't be included in that differential, because the police chief's contract specifically says it's in excess of the next highest paid police captain's compensation. And there are a stack of differentials, including the raw base pay.
So with the differentials, are those reversible?
They are.
I guess my concern is how would we know that? So as I'm looking at this and I'm looking at the salary schedule, I see 190 and I see what's proposed for the police chief, and it doesn't make sense to me. So how would the public or the city council know about this? Shouldn't there be footnotes, or should council be provided with something that gives us context on why this needs to occur? Because as I read this, I said, this is not adding up to me. And I received this explanation, but still I don't have the numbers to back it up.
I think that there's room for additional transparency on this topic that we can address. But I can assure you that we have done the evaluation and we have worked with the city attorney to come to what the appropriate inclusion is, because as management, we always want to make sure that we do right by our agreements, both on behalf of the city, right? We're not paying any more than we should, but also on behalf of the employee that's made this critical reliance on the city.
And then can you explain to me why it's going to be retroactive to July 10th of this year?
Certainly. So this adjustment is actually tied directly to a MOU negotiated agreement, a negotiated MOU increase for multiple bargaining units. And so on July 10th, when the police captains got a compensation increase, that triggered our requirement to evaluate compression for the chief of police. And it would be effective at the same date.
I don't have any other questions.
Anyone else?
I don't have any questions. I just have always disliked the compaction, compression, and all of that stuff included in what we have to do. That's my personal opinion.
Jackie?
I agree with Linda. It's like, it's like we keep adding and adding and adding. And it's like at a certain point, we're not going to be able to afford all these benefits and pensions. And we all worry about that. So is there a different system that we can do, or is that union driven?
To answer that question, it's actually a combination, right? There's a lot of different similar but different practices across the industry. I'll say that on the public sector side of my employment, this is consistent with the two agencies I've been here in San Bernardino County. At the dozens or probably hundreds of agencies that I've served in my private sector, serving the public sector career, these types of arrangements with at-will employees are very, very common. Actually, I don't think I've ever seen arrangements like this that don't have a compaction formula in the contracts.
I think what my concern is the percentage for the compaction, which is not consistent with like the city manager's contract or like the jurisdiction I work for. It's a much smaller percentage. So I guess that's where I have a concern. And especially since I don't know what all the special pay is. So this, like I said, I can't make the numbers match up. And I think it's troubling because this kind of comes out and when I'm looking at everything, nothing matches. So I think there needs to be more transparency on the specialty pay and all the extra stuff that's PERSable. Because if it's not PERSable, I don't think that it should be considered. But, maybe as, we're looking at, doing a new contract is maybe, I don't know if the city manager would be open to that, but is kind of reevaluating that compaction percentage. Or going off a base salary. I mean, just.
We all had a lot of questions on this, I think. And me being newer and not being in when we made a decision last year in salaries, I would like to see this item continued, to be honest, because I want more knowledge. I'd like to see more facts and understand it better before I vote on it.
If I can just make a comment on it, it was like this when I got on council. And compaction has always been a fact of life with the 2 or 3 top people especially when it comes to public safety and city manager. At one time prior to my getting on council, our police chief actually made more money than our city manager did. And then that all got changed and there's compaction percentages and there's been adjustments before and there's been agreements made. I think part of what this also comes down to, and I don't know if it's on the city website of in the last MOU with public safety of the different bumps for different certifications that get added on to base pay. I thought it was on the website, but I'm not finding any MOUs on my phone right now. But that, that is part of it, because each certification and level, I mean, it's even in public works. If you have an associate's degree, you get X increase. If you have a bachelor's, if you have a master's, there are steps and increases in pay for each level of education that you take on. And the same thing with police and fire, the certifications and the trainings that they go to means a bump in pay. So I don't know, like I said, I don't know if it's on the website. I know we talk about things like that when we go into negotiations every other year or every year whenever it's done. So that information is available, but I don't know if it's readily available to just go in and say, well, we know that this particular person has this, and this. So that means their increase, this is their base pay, but this is what they're actually getting because they have all of the certifications.
But yeah, I don't know who has.
I could respond briefly. All the MOUs are listed under the HR page, so they're available for the public and for whoever desires, but all the MOUs are listed on the website.
Is that information in there about the different bumps in pay for certifications and licensings?
Yes, specialty pay
I
is
thought I'd seen
highlighted.
it before.
Quick question. You said you wanted to continue it for the next meeting. Should we have a special meeting to have Tori bring all the information, or you want to research it yourself? She said she had a stack of the whys of how much they're making. So
I mean, I would like to see it. So I don't know how many.
I would like to see it too. And I think my ride along with you coming up. So this is something that I'll want to talk about.
For the record, council, I do not have a fancy police vehicle.
That's okay, but we can get into the weeds on numbers. So I'm good with
use
that.
a city vehicle.
So, councilors, if I could chime in just a little bit, I absolutely concur with the admin services director. There's room for more transparency here. I think in future contracts regarding compaction, I think more clarity on how that is going to be calculated in the language so that it's more easily accessible. I think that will be wise. Legal will be aware of that. We didn't draft the language on the chief's contract, but the next time we have a chief, we'll probably be drafting that, right? So we'll be very cognizant of that. The thing I just wanted to point out, the city attorney, is we have 2 binding enforceable contracts between the city and these individuals that requires the increase in pay effective as of July 10th. Now, obviously, we've gotten a little bit beyond that. I think there's an understanding that there's always going to be a little bit of breathing room. I think your staff is probably, willing to work with the council so you can answer questions that you may have. But I would encourage the council not to delay action on employees' pay under contracts that they have with the city too long.
I think it's all legal in what we have to pay them. So if we delay it, it just causes more issues. So it's up to you. I mean, you want to make a motion.
Well, I would add to what the city attorney says. These contracts are legal. We do have room going forward, probably with next police chief, to do some negotiating and to do some changing in negotiations. And I think it's well worth talking about. Like I said, my personal opinion has always been I don't like compaction, but it is a fact of life in most of these agencies and entities and departments within agencies. But I think conversation and negotiation are 2 really good words.
And I think my concern was just clarity. I mean, it's not clear. That's
Clear in this at all.
I don't know how anyone would figure that out unless they were someone inside in payroll or finance. So that's my issue. And the city manager's compaction is much smaller. So I'm I just want clarity and I want to be able to figure things out when I'm provided with a staff report and documents.
Definitely. So you held this, make a motion.
Go ahead, Carol.
I make a motion to approve and request that more transparency be provided in the
In the
future.
future, definitely.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Oops, I guess, well, I'll second that.
For the record, motion by Councilmember Kendrick, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Actually, I think it was the Mayor Pro Tem that seconded before I did.
To Mayor Pro Tem Lilienthal.
You didn't? I thought I heard your voice in my head. Okay. Okay,
We'll stay with Councilmember Krupa.
there you go.
Okay, so that's the end of the consent calendar, correct? Thank you, Tori. And we're moving to discussion items. 8A,
Mayor and City Council, good evening. I will be presenting on this item. The City Council's strategic plan and our Safe and Clean Streets initiative includes a fiscal year 23-24 action item to create a storefront vandalism relief program. Staff began by researching other communities and taking a look at the program elements, criteria, funding levels, et cetera, to learn more about how others were approaching similar types of programs. We prepared a draft program and eligibility criteria and sat down with the mayor and the mayor pro tem, who are members of an ad hoc, to receive feedback on that. And with their assistance, included in the staff report as an attachment is an overview of recommendations for this program and the launch of it. The program is intended to help support small businesses and nonprofits by mitigating financial hardships that may occur through vandalism. We've developed a program that would be considered a grant and reimbursable for expenses incurred due to vandalism. We've designed this program to be a first come, first serve type of program to be administered by the Public Works Department. The current budget allocates $50,000 toward this program, but in conversations with merchants and businesses over the last couple of months, it's become clear to me that may not be enough to offset some damages that have occurred in recent months. And the recommendation of the ad hoc is to essentially backdate this to January 1, 2023 forward, to allow relief for businesses that have experienced this vandalism. So the ad hoc committee is recommending an additional $150,000 allocation out of undesignated general fund reserves for this program for a total allocation of $200,000. The grant program would provide up to $7,500 for unreimbursed vandalism related expenses. So for example, if they received insurance proceeds to cover damage and they've been made whole that way, they would not be eligible for this program. This is targeting any expenses that are out of pocket for them. The eligible use of funds would be related to essentially repairs to their structure, their building. This can be broken windows, broken doors, broken locks, etching, graffiti, also insurance deductibles. We have several requirements under eligibility. This would require an active city business license. They must have an office or a retail storefront operating, or if it's temporarily closed due to the vandalism, that's okay as well. They must not have any active or unresolved violations, delinquent bills, or outstanding liens issued by the city at the time of application submittal. And this is a program that would target businesses with less than 200 employees and less than $8 million of annual revenue. the recommendation is to make available this program to businesses on an every 6-month basis. So if, for example, we open the program in a week or so, and we look backwards for the period of time between January and June, and we receive, and really any claim until today, and we don't run out of money, there are extra resources available. These resources would be available for a business that has some form of vandalism and that they experience after that first 6-month period. They would be eligible again for up to $7,500 of vandalism related expenses. There's a lot of documentation that we go into looking at and validating the claim for damages. And I know that I've had at least one conversation about perhaps a recommendation for additional process in this area. But we would require itemized detailed receipts. We would also like to receive a police report. That's a way of receiving additional confirmation that something occurred. We would review any proof of insurance claims that were paid. We would like to, and we would require photos of the damaged storefront or office and photos of any repairs that have been made. We would require some form of identification, the active business license that I talked about, and some additional information. As I mentioned, this would be a first come, first served program, and we've designed this so that any merchant would visit the Public Works Department at the courtyard to submit an application, and we estimate under the current design a turnaround time of approximately 21 days to receive a notice on whether they're eligible for this program. If there are some additional process adjustments there in terms of how we validate the requests, we may need to adjust that 20 days or 21 days. We're also interested in offering to all of our participants a complimentary free security enhancement review by the city's police department. I think that's a valuable experience for our customers that have experienced vandalism to go through. So, they may receive recommendations related to lighting and other security measures or tools like that. So let me stop there and invite the mayor or the mayor pro tem if they would like to augment any of the comments I've made related to the recommended action tonight.
No, I just think this is something that will help us, our small business. We see all the time the businesses talking about that they've, like, for example, My City Youth, how many times their little room in the back, the gate has been vandalized. They've tried to break into where the teens room is for the mothers. And so you have places like that. You have other places like, I don't know if Shoe City would be considered a small business, but they've been vandalized. Several different businesses out there have been vandalized, and it's kind of frustrating because you have all of this legislation that's tying the hands of the police, and then you feel bad because it's like, what is it that we can do? And so me and the mayor, it's like, what can we do to help support our small businesses so that they don't have to come on or we can at least supplement the things that they have to pay for when it comes to vandalism. And we just want people to know that we're here and we want to support them. And that's why I think this is a really great idea. And so a lot of this criteria is just to make sure that no one takes advantage of the program, and that people who really need the help, small businesses, most importantly, that need the help, get the help that they need.
And another thing, I had the chamber reach out to some of the businesses and ask them what they thought about a program like this. And they were all for it because the majority of our small businesses have been broken into, and we hear it on a daily basis. And one question came up was some businesses were broken into last year, and they wanted to see if we can roll it back until June 1st of 2022. And I said I would look into it and see if we could do that, because a lot of business has been broken into constantly for the last 3 years. So anything we can do to help our small business is important because they are what brings the tax revenue in here. They're the ones that keep us going. They're the ones that make a city. And if we can't help them, then there's a problem. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Mark with his raise will give up a few $1,000s or maybe not. But anyways, that's all I have is that we need to help our businesses somehow or another, our nonprofits that are going through this and really getting tired of having to put their own revenue into getting windows replaced, doors replaced. And if we can help them as a city, I think they would really look at the city a lot differently than what they're looking at now. So thank you.
I'd like to say I like the program. The only question I have though, and Pro Tem Malcolm just said it. My city youth got broken into in the back. This says storefront. And when we did our city walk around, we had people who were vandalized and they broke the back entrance. So is this going to cover the back entrance? Because it doesn't say that.
That's true. That the title of the program does say storefront, but our expectation would be, and you're right, we have on these business walks, it's a nice opportunity to speak directly with some of our businesses. And we've learned that several have had challenges in the back of their property. And so this is really anything affiliated with the operation of their business in that shell. But it would not, as indicated in the staff report, it wouldn't cover the loss of goods inside the store. Unless on one of the business walks, we learned about a computer theft. And so if you wanted to expand the program a bit to operational equipment or something like that, we could potentially grow the eligibility on the types of items that are, included in the definition of vandalism.
I think this is a good start, and I think that the city would appreciate this. And the mayor just said they get broken too often. So I don't think we really need to go back to 2022 because if they get broken into 2-3 times, why go back? Because the chances of them, unless things drastically change in the city, and they're not going to change overnight. I mean, if they get broken into in the first 6 months of the year, they may get broken into the second 6 months, as we said. So they have an opportunity to claim this twice. So if we go back to 2022, our money's going to be depleted pretty fast, I think. So.
I had a couple comments as well. So for option 3, I was thinking about, would it be appropriate to add language about what the business is going to do to a better job at securing the property? I know Sioux City was mentioned, and I've lived in this city since 1999, and I've seen those windows broken out probably about 20 times, and now there's plastic in there, which doesn't look great, but they couldn't combat the continual breaking of their glass. So I think there's other solutions out there that may not be as aesthetically pleasing, but I think that we need to put some onus on these businesses that they need to do a better job at trying to protect their property. If the windows are getting broken, I think.
I went to 2 companies last Wednesday, and they both had cameras. One had put wrought iron, the wrought iron that opens and closes in his building internally inside. They came again and broke in from the top. They came into the air vent. So they're trying. They don't want to be broken into. They put cameras out there. The other one got broken into with cameras, and the guy smiling and like at the camera like it's funny, and then breaks into the shop and steals all their equipment. So they're trying. They don't want to be broken into. They're trying to do anything they can to keep people from breaking in. So these people nowadays don't care. They don't have any consideration for anyone, and they're going to steal and do whatever.
Right, and I'm sure the laws are probably lax on on addressing those. I just you know, maybe if they give us a letter and just saying what they're trying to do to combat it. Because I mean, I've seen it happen dozens of times on different, you know, the same property. So
Like a corrective action procedure?
right, or something, like I said, Shoe City they have plastic windows. It doesn't look great, but they're not having an issue anymore.
They couldn't, oh, yeah.
So if we get them to think in a different way on how, you know, whatever issues they're having, what can we do to help prevent that? If they're having graffiti, is, you know, maybe planting landscaping that has thorns or something that's going to deter them. So I would like the businesses to think about different ways on how to combat that instead of coming to us every 6 months saying this has happened again for the 10th time. I think we need to kind of work with them and find better solutions to combat the issues that they're having.
Do we make that comprehensive? How would you call it for the police department?
Just a security review.
Do we make that mandatory?
I don't.
Would that
yeah,
address?
Yeah, I think that would help. I mean, I'm sure the police department probably has a lot of suggestions. To the rest.
Crime prevention through environmental design, which we send our officers to a 2-week course. So that's what they bring to the table. I think this, if we go out and evaluate, obviously they're taking all the steps. I think that's what is going to be presented to Public Works for them to get reimbursed. But there's a lot of things that some companies don't do, and maybe this may assist, like the break resistant glass. It's not plastic, but we've seen that work because there's a lot of little shops that get broken into because, you know, they know what to take. It's high price items and it's quick. So I know a lot of different businesses are moving to that, but these small businesses, it's expensive. You're paying a lot more, but in the long run, it's going to save on theft and damage. So there's a lot that we could provide by sending somebody out there. I think we're going to discuss our retail grant that's coming up next council meeting, and there's opportunities there. We will go out to businesses and assist with CPTED. That's what it's the acronym for Crime Prevention through Environmental Design. So a lot of opportunities there, and I think we're here to assist them and make sure that they're not losing, you know, revenues that are coming into the city.
Well, and with this relief program, I mean, we could potentially assist with them, you know, getting these types of improvements that help reduce that, correct?
Absolutely correct.
Well, maybe we can make it where if they get a grant, that they get assigned a police officer or somebody that can go out there and then recommend what would keep them from being broken in a second time.
Well, that's the goal with this retail theft grant. It's not just only education, but going out and providing the assistance on how to make your place much more safe. You know, even when we come to that point, we will still see vandalism. We're still going to see thefts that are occurring, but we could do a better job being more proactive, getting out there and collaborating with our business owners, especially with our main thoroughfare. I believe all the pieces are coming together with the Safe and Clean Street Initiative, retail theft, all these programs that are coming forward, then closed dumpsters. I mean, you're going to see a difference. It's just taking those right steps and putting all the pieces together, which we are. We're at a good movement right now moving forward to try to dissuade any of these issues that we're dealing with on our main corridors.
Thank you, Chief. One of the other things, which kind of ties back into the code update, it was, like I said, my experience with See-Click Fix was not good, and cases weren't created. So one of my concerns is what if we have a situation where someone's asking for relief, but I guess there's been something submitted, but no case has been opened. I'm kind of dovetailing into, like, on page 181 that talks about the Public Works Director kind of managing this program, but I think that it really needs to be comprehensive. I think code needs to look at it. I think building needs to look at it, business license, building, and making sure that these businesses are compliant, that there are no, issues with the property, that, for planning, that all the conditions of approval are, have been complied with, because I can drive around the city and I can see things where projects were approved 10 years ago and they still haven't complied with their conditions of approval. And I can go around the corner from my house and I can see that. And so my concern is that I think that there need to be more eyes on it, and we need to kind of do this comprehensive review. Even though they're small businesses, I believe they need to be in good standing, co-violations, complying with, any conditions of approval that they have. And I understand the 6 months, but with some kind of corrective action and with PD doing a security review, I would support 1 year. If we're trying to help the businesses to address these issues, and we're helping them to rectify, try to combat that. I certainly want to help them, but I also don't want to be a crutch if we're having the same businesses come back every 6 months asking for help. That's all I had.
So Chief, how long do you think $200,000 would last us?
Well, obviously there's a lot of certain things that they have to complete. If we do go out there and say we have code going out and providing their input, as well as the police department, when we do these step evaluations, they're going to have to do something to improve their property for those that need to. Obviously, there's some properties out there that, are doing all the things they should be doing, which would pass all the efforts that we're requesting. But I couldn't put a number on that.
Yeah,
there's a lot of businesses that do not call us on vandalism. I think this is part of what the education part is, that we are doing this to assist with our small businesses. When I looked at the staff report, it narrowed down a lot of things that you have to comply with, and within, their smaller businesses, the amount of money that they bring in just to assist with those that really need the help. But the overall picture is we got to partner with even our large businesses in the city. And you've seen nationwide what's going on, especially in California, with the retail thefts, and it's just out of control and there's no accountability. But I understand what you're saying. I couldn't put a number on that. And the good thing is we'll be able to determine what that cost is within 6 months. I'm sure we're gonna have a lot of people coming forward, and we could do, this is a good topic to bring up, especially with all the different pieces we're putting together on a quarterly basis. We should provide updates on what we're doing with our retail theft, what we're doing with our Safe and Clean Streets initiative. How many dumpster enclosures have we completed for this quarter? Things that we should bring out there. I think these are the positive narratives that our city and our residents want to know. They want to see things. I just heard earlier today, it's not what they hear, is what they see. And I believe that's true. If they're not seeing it, they're not going to believe it. So.
Thank you, Chief.
This is Tori.
Now I just have to adjust it for Tori's height. So I did a little bit of quick math just in reviewing the staff report. And so if the small businesses and or not-for-profit entities that we are able to help with the $150,000 that's proposed, that would receive all the maximum $7,500 grant. That would get us a little bit more than 26 different entities to be able to help. And that's assuming that all entities receive the maximum. And so of course, if there's smaller amounts of reimbursement type grants, then we can help more small businesses. And of course, at 200 grand, 25% more, you just add another quarter to that.
How many businesses do we have?
A lot more than that.
So the storefront vandalism relief program, is that just a title? Are we going to put in there somewhere that you can do the back door?
It's a title.
Entire.
We can put an asterisk on that for you.
Okay.
So there'll be some elements that we need some feedback on tonight in order to move forward. One is, what is that date, right? Is it June 1st, 2022?
Well,
Is it December 26th? Did we talk to that business owner a couple weeks ago about? Or is it January 1, 2023, or an alternate date? But maybe that, if it would be helpful to walk through a couple of these, that's one threshold question.
I would like to see January 1st personally.
Carol, Councilmember Kendrick. What would you like to see?
January 1st, I'd be agreeable to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I would too. And, you know, if research shows that there was a large amount from 2022 to 2023, and we have some excess funds, or we can pull from the magic pot, maybe we could address that later. But I think starting with this program I'm with them.
Okay. Well, if that's what it has to be, then January 1st, 2023. Then.
Thank you. In terms of term, I heard two different numbers. That we have an ad hoc recommendation of 6 months, but I also heard 1 year. So feedback on, is this, would businesses be eligible every 6 months or every 12 months?
Well, I think we're going to run out of money in 6 months.
Well, again, if part of this program is also education on how they can prevent, maybe once a year is okay. I don't know. I mean, that's
I'm good.
because education is a
I'm
big
good with
part
a
of it.
year.
And I do like Councilmember Kendrick's idea of kind of like a corrective action. You know, I think it's great that the police department can go out there and survey things even before something happens or if it happens. But if it keeps happening, then they need to tell us, you know, what they are not doing that they should be doing. I think something corrective action would be good.
Oh,
And
yeah.
and I see Public Works up
Something
there.
to say?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just a suggestion, hearing, all of the desire to have the assessment done and everything, maybe a prerequisite for a second application would be that has been done and verified, and they've taken some actions to prevent further vandalism.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody want to make a motion?
Go ahead. It's your program.
I'll make
Then Malcolm needs to. You guys, you
Yeah.
two have done a lot of work on this.
There's one more element that may be helpful to receive clarity on, and that is the idea of additional review. One comment was also include conditions of approval in addition to whether there are any active code cases. So the recommendation was to include any conditions of approval that aren't complete. So that could be added to the eligibility requirements. And also feedback on whether or not, right now we've designed the program to essentially have the city public works department manage that and assess. The plan is they would reach out to the police department, to code, to other departments as needed based on what is presented, but we could adjust the program to require sign off by multiple department directors before someone receives the formal reimbursement.
And you
I
have
don't wanna make it too complex, so I mean,
There's a balance for sure.
Speaks to the bureaucracy.
yeah.
So I'll make a motion to adopt a resolution appropriating an additional 150 from undesignated general fund revs to storefront vandalism relief program, with the January 1 being the beginning, a year, so once a year. And then what was the third one? That we
Corrective action.
the corrective action
Sign
before
off.
you apply again.
Sign off by whatever departments need to.
And would your motion include adding conditions of approval as an element of review?
Yes.
I'll second it. He's waiting.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal, second by Councilmember Peterson. That motion passes 5-0.
Oh, boy. Okay, moving on to 8B.
Thank you, Mayor. Steve Graham, I'll be giving the presentation on item 8B. This is an ordinance that the city council discussed in generality back in July, gave a lot of good feedback. We have made the changes recommended by the city council and brought forward the ordinance before you today. I did want to point out some additional amendments that have been suggested during the course of review by different council members. And I figured it might be easier if I just read those into the record now, and that way, if you wanted to make a motion, you could move as amended. But the first one is an amendment to the definition of active construction. That's section 14-503A. Active construction means that and then this is where the amendment is, there's inserting the word permitted construction activities taking place at a property. It used to just say construction activity. And so I believe the intent of that recommended change, and council members should feel free to raise their hand and take credit if they want. These were not my ideas. These came from council members who sent them in to me, just so I could be prepared. Was to ensure that the construction activity that is taking place at these properties is permitted. We do have a couple buildings that engage in unpermitted construction on occasion. We wouldn't want this to be a defense of that.
Don't make me laugh.
All right. Section 14-504. This is subsection D. There was a comment regarding clarity on when development agreements and development related agreements would be an exception. So the following wording has been inserted into the language. So I'll just read it in its entirety. In the event that the city enters into a development related agreement with the owner or developer of a property, incorporating the partial or total demolition, repair, reconstruction, or preservation of a vacant building or structure, the vacant building or structure in question is exempt from application of this article, provided that the property is maintained in strict accord with the terms and conditions of the development related agreement. Here's the additional language. The development agreement is valid and in effect, and the owner or developer of property is actively and diligently proceeding forward with the partial or total demolition, repair, reconstruction, preservation of the vacant building or structure. I believe the intent of that recommended change was to ensure that you couldn't claim that you have a development related agreement exemption without being in compliance with your development related agreement and be actively working towards implementation of it. We did strike some language in the following sentence, so I'll read that out loud as well. In the event that the city manager or his or her designee determines in the city manager's sole discretion the owner or developer of a property is in default with respect to, and here's where I added some language, to such conditions, and then I struck the rest of that all the way till article. The city may issue written notice to the owner that if the default in question is not cured in its entirety within 30 days of issuance, that the exception provided in this section shall be revoked, that this article shall immediately become fully applicable to the building or structure. Now, just to be clear, that I think these are good clarifying additions. I'm not aware of any current development related agreements that would be an exception to this ordinance. And I think that as Planning Commission and city staff are processing items which would meet this definition, it's something that we will have to be very cognizant of. The next recommended change is to 14-507. It's the complete removal of subsection C, and I simply replace that with reserved. The city council at the July meeting had declined to include the property improvement program. These are murals instead of board ups. And we had two, I believe, hanging references to that. The main section was removed, but we still had a reference to it in that subsection C. So we're recommending that that simply be removed. Same with subsection D3, Roman numeral 6, removal of number 2 there, which is election upon registration of a vacant building to participate in the property improvement program. Recommending that that be removed. Going through here, the next recommended change was 14-509. Removal of B7, which was again a hanging reference to that property improvement program that the council did not desire. 14-510, subsection A. This extra A has plagued the drafts of this ordinance since its inception, but we finally got them. It used to say such openings without a valid A boarding permit from the city. That second A has been eliminated. Subsection E of the same section, boarding permit renewal. We're recommending striking for good cause as being somewhat confusing. Additionally, this sentence apparently ran so long it tried the patience of those reading it. So we're recommending changing, not a significant change to the wording, but when you start with the first sentence, a boarding permit may not be issued for a building that was previously boarded until 1 year after the date of the expiration of the previous boarding permit or extended boarding permit, period. And then the next sentence will start with however, comma, the enforcement official may renew the boarding permit, and it continues from there. And the intent, I believe, there was simply to clarify that section. It's not to change it. I believe that covers all of the changes from the version that's in the backup. In response to the public comment about the length of the ordinance and it being overly legal, I think that's well taken. Unfortunately, without such requirements, people like me would have very little to do. So I think when you're talking about a program that potentially has criminal penalties, I have to be very specific, very detailed, especially if I want to successfully be able to enforce them. And this ordinance has pretty significant penalties, especially when you're talking about the downtown area of the city. Looking at the civil penalties, these are the highest, if approved, these will be the highest civil penalties that this city council has approved. And it's certainly something we can look at in other areas where there are significant community interest in having these things resolved. Just drawing the city council's attention to 14-510 C2 for non-residential property in downtown. The first penalty for this is $2,500. It's $2,500. The second penalty is $5,000. That could be the next day if it's not corrected. The third penalty would be $25,000. And after that, it would be transferred to the city attorney's office for enforcement. I think it would depend on exactly what the appropriate enforcement path is. If that's an injunction ordering compliance with the code, one of the things we could request is the appointment of a receiver over that property to bring it within compliance or to demolish it.
You're talking about a court receivership then?
I would talk about the court appointing a receiver in order to take control of the property and to bring it in compliance with our code, or to demolish it. We use the receivers in the health and safety code context for residential properties. It can be a very effective remedy in certain circumstances, but there is also the general receiver remedy. And I think when you're talking about a property that has been in the hands of a particular owner, they have demonstrated an inability to follow basic health and safety codes, building codes. I think that there could be certainly a valid case in that circumstance. Always going to depend on the case, but there could be a valid case in that circumstance to ask the court to appoint someone else to take control of the property, bring it into compliance, and then likely sell it to a new owner who would then take care of the property going forward. this is a very serious ordinance. We're primarily looking to target the downtown area. I think this is a good agenda for it to be on with the storefront program and also with our building permit expiration, which is the next item. I concur with, I think, some of the public comments that were made earlier. There's a lot of talk. And I think if we get things like this on the books, my sincere hope is that there'll be less talk and more changes, especially in this downtown area.
Across the board. Nope.
If I can get 2 streets into compliance, I think we can get the whole city started, but we got to start somewhere, Mayor.
Okay. Any council members?
Of course.
Plus.
So on page 183, so it talks about this being under the enforcement official. So I was concerned when I read this after seeing the code update and how overburdened that department is. But as I reread this, is this a function that they were currently dealing with this, or will these be new duties that code enforcement will have to take on?
So this is replacing an already existing vacant building ordinance. So some of these the former ordinance was primarily focused on foreclosed residential structures. This does not forsake that. That's still possible when we have those as a nuisance, but it adds significant language that focuses on commercial areas because that's where we're looking at. To address your issue, I mean, you heard the presentation, you heard the frustration of the mayor with the funding levels we currently have, and that's certainly probably a broader discussion for the council to have about how much you want to allocate to those activities. What I can say is, and maybe this will be discussed later, you'll notice several places in the ordinance it references the establishment of new fees. I don't want to take any thunder away, but it references the establishment of new fees. The intent for those fees would be to add an additional revenue source for our commercial code enforcement program. I think that code enforcement generally in the city has been funded through general fund revenue and through CDBG. We learned the hard way, perhaps, the dangers of funding code through CDBG in the past. And so if you're going to have a regulatory program like this, like you said, add another job to a department, sometimes it's good to establish that the beneficiaries of that program, in this case, the regulated, would help fund it.
Okay. Yes, and I had three notes on the fees. So page 193E, page 199C, and page 201G. So we're talking about different fees, boarding fees, kind of being in the registration program. So one of my questions to the city manager and the city attorney was, let's do it now. So I think that occurs right after this process.
Yeah, so I think our planned pathway for implementation of this is if we get through first reading, you have to go to second reading and then you go 30 days thereafter. That's plenty of time to figure out what our initial fees for this will be, do the required public notice, and set it for a hearing to establish the fees before the program goes live.
Okay.
But we didn't want to, I don't think staff wanted to propose fees for a program that you may change.
Okay, I get that. I just was like, let's do it. So you talked about the development related agreement. And so I'm still struggling with that. So in my profession, we have a development agreement that is an agreement between a developer and a jurisdiction that comes to council and is approved. But because it says development related agreement, I'm thinking that it's not probably what I'm thinking when I think of a development agreement. So can you touch on that a little bit?
I think that's fair. So the definition of a development related agreement can be found in the first, let's see, it's section 14503. And then it should be E, is an agreement between the city and another entity that secures authorization and approval of the city via written contract. And I think that would be the traditional development agreement that you're familiar with in the profession, via a land use permit or entitlement approval. So it could be a separate entitlement other than the development agreement. I think that the concern may be if I was sitting further down the dais, would be by having the broader definition that I've included, you may have properties that are exempt from this, but that exemption was not approved by the city council.
Exactly. So that's kind of what I'm getting at. So, you know, if it's a land use approval, that's not anything
I mean,
that,
that could be an administrative permit, that could be
Yeah.
a conditional permit. If you wanted to make this a development agreement exemption only, that's a relatively easy fix we could do at the dais right here.
so yeah, that's my concern. And I think that that holds them more accountable to where like a land use entitlement may not, you know, that kind of gets a little gray. But the development agreement coming back to the city council so that we're aware of these issues and concerns, and then we can have input on that. That's just kind of the direction I would go in.
I think it's a well-taken comment, and obviously it's up to the council if you want to direct that change to be made. But I would tell you that that change could be easily made if that was the will of the council.
Turn that on. There is a difference.
There is.
Development agreement and development related agreements. And while we don't have any, we may.
Well, I mean, there's development agreements out there for different projects, not for this,
Yeah,
but
but
that
they're-
are hanging out there. So,
They're hanging,
but
yeah.
And I think I can tell you that the contemplation for when this would come into effect is if we had a significant structure, maybe a large retail facility of significant size that wanted to enter into a development agreement that may require more construction than you would typically expect. They may have portions of it that are boarded up longer than others. I think putting it to development agreement is probably the way to go. If that's a concern, I don't anticipate those lower level entitlements really being all that useful. And frankly, it confuses the issue. So.
and just in my experience, I mean, development agreements are expensive, like the fees for them. If it's something where they're just focusing on this, I mean, I don't know if it would be prudent to have a fee that kind of addresses a development agreement in the context of this ordinance. The city I work in, you know, previously it was $48,000 for an application for development agreement. I think we're down to 20,000, but that's for, you know, large projects, you know, 600, 1,400 acres. I don't know what our fee is here, but I'm sure it's significant. If, like I said, if it's something just dealing with this particular area, I don't know if maybe we might want to look at kind of a reduced fee.
And I think if you're changing this to development agreements only, I mean, fundamentally, you probably don't even need to have a reference to it because a development agreement by its nature can amend the ordinances of the city that are applicable to that project. So I think at this point, if that was the will of the council, I think we would simply strike all the references to anything other than a development agreement. I think there would be an exemption that would be in place. So they'd be unlikely to have to pay any fees because it's an exemption from the article, which would mean an exemption from the fees.
And then I just have one more comment on page 196E. It talks about being reviewed by the risk manager and as deemed necessary. And I think that that actually needs to happen. Get there.
Yes. So it's 14,507. And I think that the comment on that one's also well taken. I think that the coverage, the amount of the coverage, it'd be appropriate for the risk manager to make the determination on. But I think what you're saying is whether coverage exists, it should be mandatory.
Yeah, because it says the owner shall maintain fire and liability insurance coverage as deemed necessary by the city's risk manager.
So what I'm going to recommend on that one is that the language be modified to read, the owner shall maintain fire and liability insurance coverage in an amount determined necessary
Okay.
by the city's risk manager. That's where it's clear that coverage is required. The amounts are based on the risk manager.
That's all I had.
Anyone else?
I just had one comment on, it's close to the beginning, and I don't know what this number is. It is 14503G. And it talks about the enforcement official. And it means the city manager, building official, the chief of police, the fire chief, or their respective designees. My question goes to how many open building official positions do we currently have at the city that we need to fill? And how many is all of them?
The chief building official is open today.
And that's the only one we have, other building inspectors?
We have other building inspectors that are under contract with
Contract.
Wildan. There are 2 of those.
So would they be part of these official enforcement officials? Or
Yes,
is it,
so even though they are contract, they are designated as the city's building official.
so they could take some of the load off our code enforcement people who would also be designated officials because they are not listed as such?
So this is consistent with something that the city council did last year. If you look to the overall update to our enforcement program, for lack of a better term, we cross-deputized everybody. So everyone who has the ability to enforce our code is capable of enforcing the entire code. Same idea here. We didn't want to get hung up on, oh, only a code officer can cite me for this. If a building, if a member of the building division is there, they see it, they can cite for it. I do think when we're talking about this program in particular, we do expect, especially as more of those positions are filled by city employees, to have robust assistance on it from the building division.
Okay. I'm okay.
Can we get a motion or?
Can you just recap like what we're going to change in this now then?
Oh, my
Absolutely. So
God.
I've been keeping track of all these in a Word document that's redlined that I was going to transmit to the city clerk, assuming we got a motion to approve as amended. But I think it's probably wise, as you said, to go through. So 14503, we inserted the word permitted to subsection A. Scrolling. 14504D. Sorry, scrolling back up.
You missed one.
Sorry, 14503 E. We've struck related, so it's development agreement, and it means an agreement between the city and at least one other person whereby an owner secures authorization and approval of the city through, so we struck the word whether, through a duly authorized written contract. We struck or via a land use permit or entitlement approval. We struck those words. So now it goes through a duly authorized written contract to pursue a development or redevelopment project at a property where one or more abandoned buildings and structures, vacant buildings is located. Moving on. For subsection D of 14504, we struck all references to development related agreement. It now says development agreement. So in the event the city enters a development agreement with the owner or developer of a property incorporating a particular total demolition, repair, reconstruction, and preservation of a vacant building or structure, the vacant building or structure in question is exempt from application of this article, provided that the property is maintained in strict accord with the terms and conditions of the development agreement, struck related there as well. The development agreement is valid and in effect, and the owner or developer of a property is actively and diligently proceeding forward with the partial or total demolition, repair, reconstruction, or preservation of the vacant building or structure. And then we did make a change to the next sentence. We took out from to any term or condition of a development related agreement through which any building or structure is exempt from the article. We struck those words and we inserted the words to such conditions. I don't think there's any other references to development related agreement in that one. The next change that was made was to 14507. We struck all of the language in subsection C and we simply entered the words reserved. That way we don't have a reordering nightmare on our hands. On subsection D, 3, Roman numeral 6, we struck the colon and the number 1, and then we struck the semicolon and the remaining words of that sentence. It was a hanging reference to the property improvement program. All of that was taken out. 14509 B7. We struck that in its entirety, put the word reserved. 14510 subsection A, we got rid of that extra A that we were all talking about. Subsection E, we got rid of the words for good cause and we made that 2 sentences. Okay. The city manager is informing me of another typo in my work product here. Hold on. Oh, okay. We did put for 14507E, that was the insurance portion. I apparently skipped by it because it was a different color. The owner shall maintain fire and liability insurance coverage in an amount determined necessary by the city's risk manager. So that change was made. Sorry, that change was in blue and I guess I missed it. And I believe that was the remainder. Yes. I think those were all the changes. Yes. Oh, new ones. Oh, you let me just keep talking. No, don't be polite. Just tell me to stop. It's fine.
All right. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept this ordinance to amend Article 2 of Chapter 14 to amend Section 1441 related to expiration of building permits and authorize the city clerk to place the ordinance for adoption on the next available regular city council meeting agenda. Huh? Oh, am I on the wrong one? She said, dang it.
8B.
I was already on the other one. I make a motion to approve the ordinance of the City Council of the City of Hemet, amending Article 11, Maintenance, Security, and Rehabilitation of Abandoned or Vacant Properties of Chapter 14, Buildings and Building Regulations. That was easy.
With modifications or? No, you don't have to say that.
With the amendments that were made tonight.
Yes, with the amendments that were made tonight and read.
I'll
Second.
Can we all second it?
Malcolm seconded.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. That motion passes 5-0.
Moving on to 8C.
Okay, I will be giving the presentation on 8C as well, but I will only mention the changes that have been made since the last time in the interest of expediency. There's a significant amount of discussion about 3 years being too long for longer projects. So you'll see on page 211, the addition of a new subsection D, which says notwithstanding subsection C above, for building permits issued prior to July 1st, 2018, the building official may ministerial grant, and I think the word may even drop there, so we'll make sure that goes in. The building official may ministerially grant, conditionally grant, or deny a request for extension for a period not to exceed 180 days. The building official shall only grant an extension if he or she determines adequate progress has been made towards completion of the construction and the request for extension is necessary for its completion. So for other projects, more recent projects, the building official may grant it up to 1 year. But for those older projects, it's only 6 months. And we're going to make sure that may gets added. For Additionally, we added language that relates to the review authority. So in this case, it's the hearing officer or the city council, if it gets that far. We added language to subsection 4, which is conduct of hearing, on page 214 and 215. The additional language is actually on 215. So the hearing officer for recent projects, new projects, has authority for 180-day extensions. However, language is added that says, notwithstanding the above, for building permits issued prior to July 1st, 2018, the review authority may grant or conditionally grant up to 90 calendar day extensions. So the hearing officer can only do basically 3-month extensions. They get 2 before it has to come to the city council. The overall effect of that is, for projects that were initiated before July 1st, 2018, staff in the form of the building official and the hearing officer only have 1 year total of extensions that they may grant. For everyone else, it's 2 years. But for those older projects, it's 1 year. And then it has to start coming to the city council for city council approval. And then lastly, the addition of subsection 7, city council report. The city manager or their designee shall prepare and submit a report to the city council on a quarterly basis that describes those building permits that have been extended and which are expired under this ordinance. So that was the city council wanting to get information on, well, how is this progressing before things just randomly show up? City manager indicated that a quarterly report was possible. So you will, under this ordinance, if any permit is extended by the building official, any permit is extended by the hearing officer, or if any is determined to have expired by this, city council would be getting a report on a quarterly basis. Those are the major changes. Happy to receive any questions, comments.
My question was, by what means will the council be notified? And the city manager and I discussed that. And do you want to take it from here?
Sure. I think it's important to place this on a council agenda, partly due to turnover of city council members and also due to turnover of city staff. We've developed a planning calendar in partnership with the city clerk. And so we now have a planning calendar that identifies recurring items so that we can spot them several months in advance, similar to the recruitment efforts for commissions, et cetera. So I think that's the right approach here, and we look forward to sharing that with you down the road.
So I know I had brought up a question about the 2022 California Building Code in section 105.5.1. And so I do see that, so that is for permits on or after January 1st, 2019. And I see this goes only to July of 2018. So I don't have a question about that. And then because these are the older ones, new permits would be still subject to the health and safety code, section 18938.6.
They would be subject to the stricter of the two. So when you're looking at the health and safety code section that you referenced, you're talking about the initial validity valid time frame. So new ones would be valid for 12 months, but there is an overall length that the building official may no longer extend that. That's 3 years.
Okay. That's all I have.
Anyone else? Motion? Oh, this is the one she did earlier.
I make an motion to approve the ordinance of the City Council of City of Hemet, California, amending Article 2, California Building Code of Chapter 14, Buildings and Building Regulations, to amend Section 14-41 related to expiration of building permits as written.
Second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Councilmember Krupa. That motion passes 5-0.
Moving to 8D.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to just briefly introduce this before asking our Administrative Services Director to present the report. This is an item that's coming back to you from the first meeting that I was here back in February. And so it's been a long time in coming. I do recognize that. I want to acknowledge that. As you know, we had limited hours for our finance director as we put together the budget this year, and really didn't have any hours after June 1, essentially. Knowing that our admin services director recruitment was coming forward, I essentially at that point decided it would be best to consult with and discuss with Tori. We actually discussed this before she was hired in a couple of conversations and long conversations about not only the importance of Measure U, but the importance of making sure that the community feels comfortable with the way the funds have been invested in the past, as well as the way funds are invested moving forward. So we're here tonight to present, and I'll turn it over to Tori at this time.
Great, thank you.
Before
So, yep.
1 minute before you start, I'd like to make a motion to continue this meeting past 10 o'clock.
I'll make a motion to continue past 10 o'clock.
I'll second.
Council, please cast your votes. I have a motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Councilmember Kendrick to approve this meeting going past 10 p.m. That motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, so as we kick off here, just to chime in on Mark's introduction here, back on February 28th, the council requested the city manager to present some options regarding some monitoring and oversight for the Measure U sales tax. And these expenditures, of course, began in 2017. And so the other ask was to look for options to enhance transparency over the expenditures for Measure U. So I just want to do a little bit of a rewind so that I can inform the council and the public of some of the history of what has been covered from an audit perspective, in addition to a little bit more about the details of those procedures. So the city is required under the terms of the ordinance and the implementing resolution, of course, to have an audit over the Measure U in the same manner as the rest of the general fund revenue. And so under the context of that simple requirement on its own, the city annually has a financial statement audit, which covers the sweeping operations of the city, including the general fund, as well as all of our special revenue funds, capital projects funds, enterprise funds, so forth and so on. So the auditors issue an opinion every single year on whether or not those financial statements are presented in accordance with GAAP, following the AICPA's auditing standards. And because we're a government agency, we also have to get an opinion on compliance with laws and regulations and other regulatory matters. And so the auditors actually issue an opinion specifically addressing compliance with laws and regulations, including those of Measure U. So starting there, the city actually has had these expenditures audited quite comprehensively. So for your color and for the public, my background actually involves over a decade of auditing government agencies. And so I have audited, small, little, tiny special districts, not-for-profit agencies, all the way up to the state of California, and some actually internationally administered federal grants. And so I've actually seen these types of services and these scopes applied at various levels of government. And so I want to just kind of give you that color before we dive into this slide. So in addition to the city's annual financial statement audit, the city also hired a local CPA firm to perform limited assurance procedures. And those are actually a term of art for CPAs and for accounting professionals, agreed upon procedures engagement. So that agreed upon procedures engagement actually covered all of the expenditures for fiscal year ending 19 and fiscal year ending 2020. And so just to give you a brief summary, the procedure focus was to determine if the selected revenue and expenditure transactions were recorded in accordance with GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles, and to determine if the expenditures were in accordance with or expended for their intended purpose of the provisions of Measure U, the ordinance, and the implementing resolution. So those evaluations actually include payroll and non-payroll activities, which are, we call them here at the city, maintenance and operations. Jumping forward, regarding the outcomes of that work, no instances of noncompliance were identified in those specific AUP agreements or, excuse me, engagements. However, the procedures performed over the activity in 1920 did identify a $1.2 million of additional expenditures allocated to Measure U as approved by the city council. So that was a specific transaction that the council then approved. I also did want to point out that there were increases in compensation and benefit costs, which were absorbed by the general fund during the year, but those were actually found to be allocable to Measure U. So those were included in the findings of the agreed upon procedures engagements. So snapping forward to talk about the options for additional monitoring and oversight for Measure U, we have a couple of options that the city manager and I developed to address not only the concerns of the city council, but also the concerns of the public on this topic. And so I'll just go ahead and jump in. Option one, of course, involves an evaluation, a historical evaluation. And so this targeted historical evaluation would be a look back from the current fiscal year. Well, we're in 2024 now. In the fiscal year ended 2023, all the way back to the inception of the program in 2017. So those this strategic and targeted evaluation would include a number of specific procedures. I'll call them auditors, but they would be performing an agreed upon procedures engagement because it should be specifically targeted to accomplish the objectives. So the first thing that the service professionals, the assurance providers, would have to do is to develop an understanding of the approved voter enacted legislation and the implementing resolutions of Measure U and Measure H, which of course just extends the timing of the sales tax available. Then they would perform a very specific and targeted evaluation of compliance with the intended revenue split between the fire and the police department, because that's one of the key compliance issues identified in the implementing resolution. There would also be a specific and targeted evaluation of compliance over expenditures, including the salary and benefits, purchases and goods and services. We recommend those transactions that were over $5,000 just for the sake of being good stewards of taxpayer dollars on this topic. And this evaluation would include transfers between respective Measure U funds and other city funds where applicable. So option one is actually estimated to cost $143,000. So I have just a little breakout slide for you here. If we were to limit the scope instead of doing from fiscal year 2023 all the way back to inception, then those costs could actually be lower for another option. So I can pause there and see if you have questions or if you're good for me to go on to the next option. Okay, great. All right, so let's see here. Option two. Let me fast forward in my slide. Oh, I did want to go back and give a little bit more detail here as far as the cost estimate and assumptions. So like I said, I spent a lot of time performing these very similar services for many agencies up and down the state of California and really across the country. And so I'm very familiar with what the level of effort it takes to perform the level of work that's required under this type of scope. I've built hundreds of operating budgets for the firms that I worked at. So I'm intricately aware of the level of effort that it takes to develop how long would this effort really take. And so these things are broken down into usually 3 stages. You have planning, your field work, and reporting and wrap up. The estimated hours for option one, of course, is 615. And I have details that 500 hours of field work, of course, is going to address a breakdown across each of the fiscal years that would be covered. And the rate per hour, I actually, this is very close to the rates that we've charged at the firms that I worked at probably the last 5 years that I was working in public accounting, but I actually reached out to the partner at the firm that signed my CPA license. And I just asked her, hey, what's your current blended rate, to get like a current finger on the pulse. And she hit me with her blended rate quote within $4 of my estimate. So I just wanted to give you that color as we go forward. All right, option two. So option two is very similar to option one, with the exception that we'd be looking at a more narrow scope of fiscal years. So like I said before, the city had hired a small local firm to address performance compliance evaluation for fiscal years 1920 and 2021, or excuse me, 1819 and 1920. So we would be actually having an option here to just address the 3 most recent fiscal years. Now, this option does include performance of an evaluation by transaction of 100% of the transactions for compliance with the implementing resolutions. So the difference here is the last option had, we're going to look at items over $5,000. This option is saying we're going to look at everything. And so in my experience in public accounting, whenever an agency hires you to look at everything, the level of effort magnifies exponentially. And so I think I'm being a little bit liberal here with the 5 to 8 times increase in the level of effort. However, while there is a lot of activity in these funds associated with Measure U, based on the volume of transactions that are in the expenditure details, I can reasonably estimate it would probably take 5 to 8 times as much money per year than looking at a focus of $5,000 in expenditures or more. So from that perspective, the potential cost is, of course, going to be greater than $600,000. And I will give you a little snapshot here. Mark and I made a little bit of revisions here to this slide, but whenever you're looking at something 100%, you're going to spend a lot of money to do that, to get that evaluation obtained. And one thing I will say in my conclusion, that an evaluation at this level of intensity wouldn't yield a different outcome. The reason why is because the ordinance and the implementing resolution are so broad in what is allowed to be funded with the Measure U money that it's extremely unlikely that 100% evaluation would indicate that there's something in the expenditures that's just not allowed, because the management of the city seems to me to have made a very strategic plan to make sure that we're spending these money on public safety expenditures. So I wanted to kind of leave that there. So that is option 1, option 2. You guys want to have a chance to ask questions or anything? No? Okay. So let's see here. We'll go ahead and jump forward to option 3. So option 3, of course, is a comprehensive historical evaluation. So just to recap, option 1, all years, transactions over $5,000. Option 2, 3 years, all transactions. And then here we are at option 3, all fiscal years, all transactions. And so if the statement that drastic and exponential multiplication of effort wasn't emphasized enough in option 2, if you hit all years, it's going to be extremely a much greater impact on the financial resources that it would take to accomplish that objective. So, of course, this evaluation for compliance is going to include a line-by-line, transaction-by-transaction review. I would estimate that the activity here is going to be much greater than $1.2 million. And like I said, because of the allowable types of activities that Measure U will fund, it's extremely unlikely that we'll get a different outcome than even the AUPs that were conducted by the local accounting firm. And so I just wanted to give you a snapshot here of what that level of effort might look like. The planning, whenever, I'll guarantee you, anytime I was on a consulting engagement that involved a deep dive in something, the service professionals are going to take a very intense evaluation at the very beginning planning stages, because they're called on to do a detailed risk assessment and say, where are really the risks here? We have to make sure that we cover everything because our report is going to be comprehensive. And then, of course, you tack on the field work. And if you're looking at 100% of the transactions, that's going to take easily months. I would estimate it would take over 6 or 8 months to get this level of work completed. And then the reporting and wrap up is a very intense process, because any reputable firm will naturally involve their national office from a first and second review perspective to make sure that they haven't missed anything in their own quality control procedures. And so my estimate on the hours here, over 5,000 hours at that rate that I included there. So easily It'll be over $1.2 million on cost for this 100% evaluation. So those are the three options. And then as the city manager indicated way back at the beginning of the conversation, which I think I've gone through pretty quick because I want to give you guys a chance to have discussion, is enhancements to transparency. So one of the things, this first bullet point, actually, the posting of the expenditure detail reports to the Citizens Measure Use Citizen Oversight Committee webpage, we took action on that last week. So those historical transaction detail reports are published on the city's website. They're fully available for anybody to just go ahead and download and dig through. And I know that there's been some scrutiny from the public on this topic, whether or not we have the information available. But we do have it available. We have published it. And so I want to make you aware that we've taken those steps already. We're also going to be starting with fiscal year 23-24, publish and posting a quarterly comparison of Measure U spending to date against the spending plan that's approved, which is the budget that's set up for Measure U. And then also, if there's some other pieces of information that we can pull out of the financial reporting system and publish, we're open to ideas. And that's the end of my presentation. How can I help with
And
questions?
let me just jump in and augment comments related to options 1, 2, and 3. We've designed this as a starting point for a conversation because this is very flexible in terms of how you approach, if you would like to, how we approach looking at prior expenditures and developing an approach that creates the comfort level that and the assurance that we've that we're comfortable that those expenditures have been made in accordance with the ordinance and the implementing resolutions. I think the one piece that maybe isn't noted right now in the staff report and the presentation are the finer elements of the implementing resolution. So for example, the ratio of officers, for example, is something that you receive public comment on. The city has never met those targets. That's an example of something that can be included into the scope of work. So I want you to know there's a lot of flexibility here and we're prepared to answer questions that you have.
I have a rather lengthy statement on this, and I'd like to read it. City of Hemet Transactions and Use Tax Ordinance number 1918 addresses an independent annual audit. It states the independent auditor's report, which shall include an accounting of the revenues received and expenditures made from the transactions and use tax, will be presented annually to the Citizen Oversight Committee, the City Council, and made available for public review. Resolution number 4703 explicitly states tax proceeds shall be used exclusively to pay for the costs associated with the Citizens Oversight Committee, the independent audit, and funding police protection and crime suppression services, fire protection and suppression services, and 9/11 paramedic services within the city. It further states each expenditure plan and City of Hemet budget shall provide adequate funding for the city to annually attain a funded staffing ratio of 1.2 full-time equivalent sworn peace officers per 1,000 City of Hemet residents, mandatory staffing ratio. At the time this tax was proposed to the voters, we were promised 39 more peace officers, a 57% increase in staffing. Through the years, citizens noticed no increase in officers. As of last fall, we had a 0 net increase in officers. For several years now, they have been asking how this tax revenue has been spent. They were told it was impossible as the funds were put into General Fund 110 and not separated out. It was not until fiscal year 2021-22 that a Measure U fund accounting code of 115 was put in place. Citizens were also told the annual comprehensive financial reports had the required information. These reports state the audit was conducted for the purpose of forming opinions on the financial statements that collectively comprise the city's basic financial statements. Furthermore, I was told that the auditors look at ledgers for anything irregular. This is certainly not an independent audit. On the pages that do mention Measure U, it has unaudited in parentheses. The state of revenues, expenditures, and changes in fund balances page only lists taxes and does not even break out Measure U revenue. This is taken from the state auditor's letter of October 19th, 2019 to the governor of California. In August 2016, the state auditor issued report 2015-806, which detailed the results of the audit of Hemet and concluded that Hemet's issues related to its finances and organization rendered the city at high risk. In June 2019, the City Council approved Hemet's fiscal year 2019-20 budget, due in part to transfer to the general fund of $1.2 million of its Measure U revenue, an addition of 1 cent to the sales tax that voters approved in 2016 to raise funds for public safety. Hemet balanced its general fund budget. Although Measure U is a general tax that the city can use for any purpose, the City Council adopted a non-binding resolution that the city may only use Measure U proceeds to fund its public safety costs. The city also set up a Measure U oversight board to ensure that the city uses the funds for their intended purpose. The interim city manager proposed the transfer of Measure U funds to the general fund in the city's fiscal year 2019-20 budget, and the oversight board approved it. Without several other smaller transfers from the city funds and the Measure U transfer to offset public safety costs, Hemet's general fund budgeted expenditures would have exceeded its revenue. Again, this is from the state auditor. It also seems the city was using Measure U funds to pay our existing peace officers instead of from the general fund account previously established. The voters were promised additional officers with Measure U dollars, but did not get them. What else were they using Measure U funds for? Another stipulation of resolution number 4703 is the following: that the city will not in any fiscal year reduce the percentage of general fund revenues budgeted and appropriated for Hemet Police and Fire Services below 72% of the total general fund expenditure budget for the given fiscal year. I did not take any figures from 2017 because it was only a partial year, but they were supposed to meet 72% of the general fund expenditure for public safety. In 2018, it was 60%. 2019, it was 58%. There was no mention of any Measure U in those reports. In 2020, there was 64.2%. And on page 12 of that report, it says unaudited. 2021, 68.8. Page 26 says it's unaudited. 2022, 64.7. Page 12, unaudited. Where did other approximate 10% of appropriated funds go? Is this why Hemet turned things around and came off the state auditor's watch list for an at-risk city? Without an actual independent audit, we will not know. So we didn't get the promised officers. We didn't get the promised 72% of the budget for public safety. We didn't get 100% of the tax proceeds to enhance public safety. And we didn't get the independent annual audit that was a specific term of the ordinance that the people of Hemet relied upon when they voted for Measure U. We failed to follow and enforce the ordinance and resolutions as they are written. I'd like to close by saying many of our citizens, including prominent business leaders, were in favor of Measure U when it was on the ballot. However, these same individuals were not in favor of Measure H, which made this tax permanent. They also wanted to know why we didn't get an increase in public safety as promised, and they wanted to know how the revenue was spent. We owe our citizens an explanation by getting the independent audit that was promised. At this point, we need a thorough forensic audit to get all the facts. This is the only option. And I move to have a forensic audit for all years.
I will second Councilmember Peterson.
Thank you.
I think that included in the audit, we should look at the amount of, I would say the amount of officers, like there should be like, it should be spelled out so people know where all the 80 million went. And so when we're looking at like, and then it should also be included what were how many people we attempted to hire, how many people failed backgrounds, all the different things that went into what was going on in those years, to kind of help explain. And then even do even more transparency, like maybe in 1 year we didn't even look or hire. We should talk about all that and add all that into this thing. But I think we should do the 1.2 million. And even though she says it may not like add any commentary, I think it'll give the residents a clear understanding of where the 80 million went, so that they can be secure in it wasn't spent on anything it wasn't supposed to be spent on.
And I know in looking at this, you think $1.2 million is a lot of money. These audits were supposed to be done. It's in the ordinance. It's like a law that we were supposed to do independent audits. If you take, don't count 2017, if you just take 2018, we were getting on an average $15 million a year from this tax. So it probably would have cost us $200,000 at that point, if you take 1.2 million divided by 6. So we should have been doing this all along, and the people should have known what we were spending this money on. I mean, it's ridiculous to have all these rules and regulations, and you don't even have an account for Measure U. And citizens have been asking, where did the money go? Oh, we can't tell you. We didn't keep track of it. Ridiculous.
Well, that's a lot of money, 1.2 to do an audit of years where we had no control back then. I'm one person that just don't like to go backwards in life, and to spend $1.2 million just to figure out who took them, or what happened to the money. We know a lot of things were purchased. We have a command center that was purchased. We have trucks, fire trucks that were purchased and cost a lot of money.
Mayor, we were promised boots on the ground. We were promised 39 new officers.
I know that.
Okay. 0 net increase last fall. So we were not following the ordinance. We were breaking our own law.
Minus the people who retired, how many officers since the inception do you think we've gotten?
I don't have those numbers in front of me right now, but I do think it's important for us to talk a bit about what an audit is first. And so, Tori, if it's okay with you, Mayor,
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I do think it's important for us to clarify some information related to what is a single audit requirement under the ordinance. I've worked in a different city that had a very similar general tax. I was actually the staff to the committee for several years. And so I'm familiar with some of this also. So Tori, could you sort of clarify the distinction and the requirement in the ordinance?
Absolutely. I'll actually start with the ordinance. So just so that we're all on the same page, I have a printed copy with it. I've been studying it quite closely. So the ordinance actually reads, in relationship to the required audit, the proceeds resulting from transactions and use tax imposed by this article shall be deposited into the city's general fund and shall be subject to the same independent annual audit requirements as the other general fund revenue. The independent auditor's report, which shall include an accounting of the revenues received and expenditures made from the sales and from the transactions and use tax, will be presented annually to the Citizen Oversight Committee, the City Council, and made available for public review. So that is the audit requirement in the ordinance that the voters approved, just to start there. And
Tori,
so, yep,
can I interrupt you for a second?
certainly.
In your estimation, what do you think the citizens are asking you for?
I think that the citizens are asking for something much more significant than required by this ordinance. And so I can offer actually a really great comparison if you'll allow me. So the federal government, when they issue grants to governments, whether it's state, local government, special districts, cities, et cetera, they actually have strikingly similar language in the grant agreements for how governments should account for and have external audit oversight for those federal grant funds. And so what that means is that actually, by extension, the federal government says, we don't want local governments or grant recipients to be getting an audit for the CDBG grant, and then getting an audit for ARPA, and then getting an audit for, we don't have it here, but the Highway Planning and Construction Cluster. They don't want agencies to be spending money that's taxpayers on independent, single funded source grants. The reason why is because it's extremely redundant. They actually created the Single Audit Act, the federal government, in 1981, if I'm not mistaken, to take 15 different circulars that required all these multiple audit requirements and combine them into one. And then they said, hey, we want the auditors under the professional standards to join with the federal government and say, hey, we're going to put together the compliance supplement. And this is a comparison, right? So what they did is they said, okay, no more OMB circular such and such, and no more of this one, and no more of that one. It's going to be combined, and there's going to be a risk-based audit to determine whether the government is materially complying with the laws and regulations. And so what that means, materially complying, is actually a very specific term of art for the professional assurance industry, because it is extremely cost prohibitive to do an absolute assurance. And no auditor is going to give you absolute assurance over anything, because they can't mitigate whether management is intentionally concealing something, whether management has colluded with other folks to misappropriate assets. Auditors won't give you absolute assurance over anything. The term of art from a professional standards perspective is reasonable assurance. And that is what you get under an audit, under the financial statement audit, which is included in the ordinance that the voters passed. So does that kind of help for color?
Yeah, but it's kind of like getting gaslighted. So I understand like from the government's perspective, like this is how you would do it normal practice. But the citizens are asking for extra information about it. And if that's what they voted in, why are we not? Like, I feel like the way that we're protecting, it's almost like we're trying to protect something or hide something. That's what I'm getting. So if I'm feeling like that, I could imagine what the citizens would be feeling if we just like, would you be doing any of the work in this audit?
I can. We would hire an external auditor though, because I think that is what the citizens would want, and that's what the committee wants, and that's what the governing body wants. However, just as a reminder, this separate audit is not what the voters voted for. They voted for an audit, and now, if I may read it again, shall be subject to the same independent audit requirements as other general fund revenue. So it's receiving the exact same degree of scrutiny as other general fund revenue in accordance to what's on the ordinance.
Even though she has specific pages that says it wasn't looked at.
So I actually did want to help with addressing that unaudited language in the financial statements. So under the professional standards, a annual comprehensive financial report is actually quite a large and very complex document. And so the AICPA, the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, has actually established very specific and targeted measures that an assurance provider, an auditor, must take around information that is comprised in the covers of the financial statements, but doesn't necessarily reach the level of focus that the auditors need to issue an opinion on the actual financial statements and the note disclosures. So what the AICPA requires whenever there's supplemental information or required supplementary information, which are two very specific terms of art for financial reporting, is the auditors, they do their normal procedures over what is presented in the financial statements. Then whenever there's supplemental schedules, the auditors are required as in accordance with the professional standards to do a comparison with that supplemental information and determine if any of it is inconsistent with the work that they already did over the financial statement line items in the respective columns on the financial statements. So it's not untouched by any means. I don't have any basis to say whether the city's external auditor is not following professional standards. They get a peer review. Peer review comes in and looks at an auditor's their work, their audit work papers, and they look at their internal controls over how they administer their assurance programs. And assurance services are a peer regulated agent. We're a peer regulated profession. And so whenever you provide assurance services, you're required by the standard setting body to have somebody come and look at your work and say, are you meeting the professional standards? So there's a lot of regulation. There's a lot of checks and balances that go into what constitutes an audit. And so the framework is that auditors, CPAs, I'm going to tell you right now, I will never do anything that will put my CPA license on the line. I spent 2 years studying for and passing the exam. I spent 6 years in college to get the required academic credentials to get it. I don't know a CPA that would ever intentionally say, forget the professional standards, I'm going to deviate away from them, because we hold our credential with very high regard. And so all that to say, there's a lot that goes into what constitutes an audit. There may be expressions in a set of financial statements that say unaudited, but that doesn't mean untouched, unlooked at. It means that there has been other limited procedures in addition to the detailed procedures that were performed in accordance with the professional standards.
So in your opinion, if we did the 1.2 million, what's the worst case scenario that you could come up with?
If we did the option where we spent $1.2 million on a very detailed scope of work, the city would be out $1.2 million without necessarily identifying any corrective actions. And that's because the scope of what the resolution allows the city to spend the money on. And the email that you read, it actually jumps right over that entire piece of the resolution. And it's extremely broad. I mean, I could just read a couple of the items. The proceeds of the tax may be expended on any and all regular and special expenses incurred for the operation and provision of public safety services within the city and in response to mutual and automatic aid agreements, including but not limited to wages, benefits, deferred comp for police and fire, city personnel that support police and fire services within the city, the purchase and operation and maintenance of vehicles, equipment, including repairs, fuel and maintenance. I mean, it goes on, and it's extremely broad. This is what the council adopted. And so if we are going to go down the path of saying, let's do this very costly level of assurance work, based on what I've seen for the city, in my opinion, it's not a good use of those funds. We could spend those funds on financing other police officers. We could spend those funds on potentially adding a fire station down the road. There's options here that you can get to benefit the city that aren't necessarily going to yield you a result because of how broad the resolution is and how the ordinance was written that the voters adopted.
I don't think that resolves the uncertainty of the public, though. I hear what you're saying as far as the government side, but I think you have to take your CPA hat off and think like a citizen. You know what I mean? Like, you voted something in, you're expecting these things to happen. They haven't happened. And then they just want someone to say, this is what happened.
So you're willing to spend $1.2 million just to make someone feel good?
Not to make someone feel good, to provide transparency.
I think there's another piece of the formula here, and that's what I'll put my CPA hat on,
And
because this is
it would
part of
be
the
taken out of Measure U.
Well,
'cause
right,
that's
but-
what the ordinance says.
Sure. And so I think one critical piece of the formula is, what if something did go extremely wrong? What would be the outcome? So said differently, what if somebody that had control over the ability to expend money went and spent it on, I don't know, lottery tickets and cigars in Mexico? What would be the outcome? Well, the city at that point would have a responsibility to go pursue probably some discipline with staff. We might have a responsibility to pursue criminal charges, because when you defraud an organization, that's against the law. right? And so, yeah, there's a risk that's there, but the auditors actually do procedures as part of their regular financial statement audit to identify risks of fraud. It's a requirement under the professional accounting standards. So do the auditors say that there's absolutely no risk? No, there's no risk of fraud because you can't get away from management colluding, from somebody, getting together and saying, this is how we're going to defraud the city.
So you just said that if there was a mistake in using the money, we would have to probably spend more money and it wouldn't be worth it, basically. So, I mean, if it wasn't used properly and it wasn't documented properly, we all should know. And are you going to hurt somebody's feelings if they're, I mean, there's probably criminal charges that could be made. And if that's what we need to do, we should do it if we get a complete audit and we find wrongdoing.
So Councilwoman Peterson, let's maybe add another hypothetical to the formula just for color. I would say if there's a risk that there is misappropriation of assets with Measure U money, there is a equal and probably greater risk of misappropriation of assets with other city funds. It's a real risk. If there's really a risk here of misappropriation due to theft
I'm not
fraud,
I'm not worried about theft. I'm more worried about how the money was misused.
is that not the same thing?
What good is it to go backwards and say, oh, it was misused this way or that way? We spent $1.2 million just to find out it may have been misused for $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. And what do we do then? We just lost $1.2 million just to find out that maybe it was misappropriated. Then what?
But if we don't know that there's misappropriations going on, how do we correct that behavior?
Well, aren't we going with the annual audits now? Aren't we doing it right now?
We are required to get an annual audit.
Now, so
every local government is required to have an annual audit.
But the annual audit says unaudited.
Well, the schedules that I explained, those are unaudited, but there's limited procedures. The public safety expenditures in the general fund have been audited. The auditors specifically issue an opinion.
An opinion. Anybody can have an opinion.
Not under the professional accounting standards. My husband actually makes a
I
joke
don't
with
care
me.
about the accounting standards. I care about the ordinance and the resolution that was promised to the people of Hemet. That's what I care about. I care about the city and I care about the people. And they were not given what they were supposed to be given. And we want to know where that money went and how it was used.
So I think because this is such a significant amount of money, it's reasonable for us to make sure that you have context, right, before a decision like that is made. And so the staff is, our interest is in making sure you have the biggest picture possible. And I did just peek, and I want to share something with you just because I think it's important from a due process and context perspective. But the measure I referred to earlier in Sacramento was also called Measure U. It was a general tax. And the language for the independent annual audit and a citizens oversight committee was responsible for looking at that. It's verbatim what our language was. And I think it's important to know that most other cities look at the annual audit that's already occurring, which the Administrative Services Director indicated meets the expectations of the required ordinance, the voter approved ordinance. What we've done for each of those years is compliant with law. What I think it has occurred here is that there's been an expectation that independent annual audit meant a specific drill down, separate look, maybe even a separate auditor looking at the proceeds related to this measure. And that did not occur here. There was not a separate audit firm or a separate focus specifically on these revenues and these expenditures. And that can be done. It can be, and I think the efforts that we're recommending, which I'm sure the council will say this is good, sharing data on a quarterly basis moving forward and showing how we're actually tracking with a budget forecast is going to hopefully add confidence in the way these funds are being used. But if we were to approach it from a typical audit perspective, we probably would, and this is where the administrative services director can correct me if I'm wrong, it typically wouldn't involve a look at every single transaction. When the city has its general fund expenditures audited, the auditor does not look at every single transaction. What they do is a risk-based methodology that so what we've designed here in these three options, an alternative, a fourth alternative could be to have an independent firm look at specifically those revenues and those expenditures, but in the typical way that an audit would be performed as it is on the general fund. So Tori, where would that cutoff be? Would it be $5,000? Would it be $100? Would it vary based on an assessment of where the risk is? If we were replicating what an audit firm would do for the general fund?
Sure. So the answer is actually neither of those options, because when you conduct an audit over a specific set of activities, I can liken this to a utility, or back when we had a successor agency, a standalone report. Basically what auditors are required to do is, yes, they do use a risk-based approach, but their opinion is issued in all material respects. And so what that means is the AICPA has created a basic framework that says how do the auditors determine what level of work what level of transactions they're going to look at. And so basically that means materiality. So materiality, just for your understanding, is how big or how wrong can something be before it will have a mandatory effect on the auditor's unmodified opinion. So that's a lot of modified and unmodified. So let me unpack that a little bit more for you. So when an auditor issues a clean opinion, it used to be called unqualified, and that was very confusing for the whole entire world, except for those of us that did audits. And so when you have an audit, an audit opinion, you can have an unmodified opinion that's clean. And so what that means is an auditor will say, in our opinion, such and such is correct in all material respects. And then if you have a modified opinion, they'll say, let's just use the example of Measure U. So we'll have revenues, and then we'll have our expenditure classifications, any transfers, fund balance. That's on the income statement side. In the balance sheet, we'll have cash, receivables, any prepaid items, and then liability, so forth and so on, all the way down to equity. And so the auditors will say, in our opinion, the information presented here on these financial statements is fairly presented in all material respects. So material is, how wrong does it have to be before they have to change their opinion or require a change to the financial statements? So the goal under an audit is to have an unmodified opinion. It's so correct, not absolute, but so correct that it doesn't require a change to get an unmodified opinion, or they're not required to modify their opinion. So that's the starting off point. So what does that mean? Well, under the professional standards, there's actually a very simple calculation that auditors have to do to determine how much work they have to do over a balance on the financial statements. And so they'll start with, if you have $100 million of expenses on an income statement, usually the auditors have to determine individual transactions that are over a certain threshold, which is based on their risk. It's usually transactions over 3% of the total number on that balance. They have to look at those individually, in most cases. Then when the untested balance, so if you $100 million, 97%, that untested balance is 3% or less, they have the ability to say, well, how much of this work do we really need to look at on? How much auditing do we need to do on that 3%? And auditors can decide, we don't need to do any. We're so comfortable that these are materially correct. There wasn't any errors in the work that we found previously. Clean opinion. And so the answer is, it's not a fixed number. It's actually a number that the auditors hold pretty close to the vest until if they start finding issues, then they'll have to come back and say, oh, this one was over our threshold, but we won't tell you what it is, because they don't want management to have an opportunity to say, I'm not going to spend much time on this transaction because auditors aren't going to look at it. So we as management and financial reporting land really just do our best to have the most accurate financial statements because that's what we should be doing.
So, Mayor, is it okay if I ask a follow-up question? So, Tori, if we were replicating the way that an independent audit would be performed on the Measure U proceeds, which probably varied from 10 million to, now 18 million in a year, would the methodology outlined in option 3 essentially be overkill? It would be a significant overkill. Another approach, we can still hit all years with a standard auditing approach that would be substantially less costly, but still result in a second independent audit specifically for Measure U proceeds and expenditures.
Right. So yeah, the option 3 would definitely be overkill if we were looking at, let's just have an audit over the revenues and expenses of the Measure U activity. And so in general, the auditors would probably look at 80% of each of the balances that are presented in a set of financial statements. We would have to make a decision on whether or not we would create gap-based financial statements. It's extremely difficult to create gap-based financial statements on the general fund because the general fund only includes your current operating activity. It doesn't include your pension obligations because those are long-term. Those belong on the government-wide financial statements, and you can't really carve those out in a single fund of a government. So, we could easily present fund-level financial statements for all of the years. And of course, it would take a little bit more effort before we carved out the 115 fund from the 110 fund. But it is possible. We could generate some financial statements, a simple balance sheet and income statement, and have the auditors conduct an audit to determine whether or not that activity is properly classified and recorded in accordance with GAAP, and then a separate compliance evaluation following the professional audit standards.
Okay, I'm going to translate again, or attempt to translate. What does the city of Hemet spend annually on its independent financial audit for its $70 million general fund budget?
I have seen that contract. I believe it's about $41,000, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not 100%.
So
But
that's for the entire general fund, $41,000 for a $70 million enterprise?
Correct.
So if we were hypothetically to take a look at 7 years of Measure U data with the same methodology that any auditor would approach the full general fund, it would be fair to say 41 would probably be the top end of each year, maybe with a few extra requirements related to the implementing resolution and validation that or documentation that certain things weren't achieved, such as the funding ratio. It would be $40,000 to $50,000 max times 7 years.
yeah, there's a couple of factors that would play into that pricing. The first one, of course, is I think it would be fair to say that the contract that we executed with our current auditor was we executed it in 2021, if I'm not mistaken, or 2020. And so there are going to be increases in the cost just because private sector companies have had to increase their compensation for their staff, which means their cost of doing business have gone up. I've seen those prices in the market go up 40 to 50% just in the last 3 years. I'll have you know that getting accountants in industry right now is extremely difficult. I'm surprised that we have a full staff here at the city because there's not even students coming up. And so accounting firms highly value their staff and they pay them extremely well, which means they pass on those costs to their clients in general circumstances. And so the small firm that we have that does our financial statement audit at the moderate price of $41,000, that might be like the starting point. You might actually cost us $70,000 to $80,000 per year for just a Measure U audit.
Well, it seems like there's more than 3 options available. I wish you would have had all of them come out, but I know we have a motion on the floor. Are we still with that motion?
Mayor, I had some comments.
Yes.
So I guess I'm a little concerned because we had the city attorney's contract on earlier.
We did.
And their hourly rate for the retainer is $230 an hour. And for this, it's 233. So I'm concerned about the rate being higher than our city attorney.
I think the city attorney offers.
Happy to fix that. Want to bring that item back.
Actually offers extremely discounted prices to the city, and that's a business decision that the city attorney's firm is more than entitled to make. I stay very closely connected to what's going on in the market because I'm very active in the financial professional circle, and so I want to be able to make my colleagues across agencies aware of what opportunities are available to them whenever they reach out to me and say, hey, Tori, do you know anybody that can specifically help on such and such scope of work? So in general, if you're talking about a top 10 firm, the blended rates for these services could easily hit $350 an hour. The last audit partner that I worked under, her undiscounted rates for services were $490 an hour. Our line staff at the last accounting firm that I worked at, our undiscounted rates were $210 an hour. Line staff, first year, green, never done an audit before audit hours. So that was back in 2019. And the last firm that I worked at, they had a mandatory price increase for all of our staff at every level, 5% per year minimum. So it's extremely costly. Auditors are very smart folks, just like attorneys. We're getting a sweet, sweet deal on the Cole Huber contract. But I don't think that you would, if you had a specific scope of work like this, that auditors would be inclined to say, hey, City of Hemet, let me give you a 75% discount on our pricing.
Did we go out to RFP on this?
For our independent audit?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe it's
I'm
required
not
by the
aware.
city
So
once every 5
that's the
years.
question. I thought the hours seemed excessive. And I wanted to know for all 3 options, how long would those processes take?
Sure. So if we just start with the longest option, so one of the pieces of the puzzle is how much resources can a firm put on a project like this, balanced with how much of our staff's bandwidth can we put to responding to audit requests, right? So we have a finance department that's comprised of 4 or 5 folks, finance manager, principal accountant, and then some specific line tasks such as AP, payroll, et cetera. So we don't have a staff like I had at the county that had 310 people in my department alone. When we had that level of resources, we could say, hey, we want a specific audit done, and we have unlimited resources for you guys to respond to the audit request. So at the city, that balance is actually pretty careful. And I would estimate for the $1.2 million option that it could easily take 8 months, 9 months to get through that work.
So I've been in the city a long time, and I remember when Measure E tried to go through, which was a public safety tax, and it failed. So Measure U came along, and this resolution came along with it, kind of making a promise to the citizens. Since that time, and between Measure U and Measure H, I've been at meetings, I've watched meetings. It is constant. The citizens have been asking for this information. I'm not excited about spending an exorbitant amount of money to get answers, but I mean, that's what the community's been asking for since the inception. And I mean, the fact that it would take $1.2 million for Measure U, but we haven't seen any new officers. So, I mean, I'm conflicted because we're just not doing what the resolution established. And like I said, this is kind of a trigger for the community, and it has been from day one. My comments.
So the funds come out of Measure U? Yeah. That changes things. I thought it was coming out of
No, I
general
don't
fund.
think it does.
I'm sorry?
The information, the information that's been posted on the website from all the in revenues and expenditures since 2016 on Measure U are broken out. All you have to do is look at them. The revenues and the expenses are there. So when you ask, where did it go? That's where it went. I mean, it didn't go anywhere else. We still are 21% of the budget that goes to the rest of the entire city and all of the rest. And I don't believe your numbers and that 62% only went to public safety, because that was one of the main issues in writing this ballot measure and the supporting document on it, that the general fund revenues would never go below 72% from the general fund to support public safety. And that was something we adhered to. So I don't know where you got your numbers and who made them up.
It's in the
But
auditor's
it's-
report. It's a
It's
pie
from the
chart.
state auditor. It
No,
is not
no, it's from our
auditors.
independent auditor.
Okay, well, maybe one
And
year
how
we
can
did.
you say that you can see everything there when they didn't even have the 115 account?
They
until-
do. It's in 20
Not the first year.
2016, it's there.
It was
had
not
we
established
had to
there.
establish it because the general fund loaned $2 million to Measure U fund to get it started, because there was a 3-month lag in getting monies once they started collecting it. That's how Measure U got its original funding, was $2 million from the general fund. And you need to know this stuff to go into it. We have law enforcement and fire that was there. They agreed to the whole thing, and then it would get paid back to the general fund after Measure U funds actually started rolling in. I think wasting however million dollars of taxpayer dollars on a fool's errand because 3 people show up at a council meeting is foolhardy.
That's not fair, because I've seen 3 people come up for you to support you, and you said, well, we had 3 people here.
Else-
So don't go there.
I don't hear a lot from the general public.
Somebody
They're,
would like to
they're
say something right
very,
now.
very disappointed that we were not able to attain the number of law enforcement percentages, the 2-to-1 ratio or 1.2. That's out of everybody's control. We have not been able to hire the people we wanted to hire.
Mayor,
And I agree with that. So there's some issues there.
I've sat here like a bump on a log long enough. If it's okay, I just wanted to chime in on the legal side. I think the question of whether you want additional transparency, whether you think that an audit or additional audits are necessary for public accountability is certainly a policy question for the council, for you to decide whether that's an appropriate expenditure of funds or not. That's the 5 people here to decide. I want to go back to, I think if you're doing that, you should be clear that you're doing it for additional transparency beyond what is required in the ordinance. The language that the Administrative Services Director read to you makes it very clear that it is subject to the same annual auditing requirements as the rest of the general fund. The city's ACFR meets that definition. The language that's in our ordinance has been copy and pasted across cities all through the state. I'll give you an example of a city who basically copied and pasted ours. That's the city of Lake Elsinore with Measure Z. Literally the exact same language regarding the audit requirements. You look at their Measure Z Citizen Oversight Committee, what do they get? They get their ACFR. They don't get some other additional audit. So that being said, I feel the public mistrust. So I understand the need or the desire of the council to try to give that assurance that it was spent appropriately. I want to make sure that it's clear that you should not believe that that is required under the ordinance that was passed by the voters. Perhaps it is required to gain public input and trust, but not legally. The other thing that I want to point out, when you look at the language of the ordinance as well, when you're talking about the lawful purposes that the Measure U and now Measure H can be spent on, it was a general tax. That's what the voters approved. Section 74-131, Section 1, it's to the purpose of this law is to impose a tax which may be used for general municipal services and all lawful public purposes of the city. That's the definition of a general tax. So anything a city can spend money on, by law, this city council can spend money on. The only restrictions on the expenditure of Measure U funds are those that this city council imposed on itself by resolution. And just like you can make a decision on that the ordinance will say one thing today and amend it in the future. It's the same thing with resolutions. If this city council wanted to repeal those resolutions related to the expenditure of Measure U, it could. You could spend the money on virtually any lawful purpose, perhaps not cigars and lottery tickets in Mexico. But if you wanted to spend it on parks, if you wanted to spend it on streets, you'd have that authority. So I want to be clear that when we're talking about the expenditures and you're talking about whether they're lawful or not, I think if you're saying, you know, we spent it on this city service instead of this one that we promised the residents, was that lawful? It was lawful. Was it in keeping with the political promises that were made in 2016? That's maybe a political question, and it's not one that I should really opine on. So I'll stop there. But I wanted to be, I felt obligated. I didn't want to get in the middle of it, but I know we have members of the public who say the ACFR is not the audit that the ordinance calls for. It absolutely is. That is clear. It's clear from the language of the ordinance, and it's clear from the actions of every other city government that has this same language, unless we're all involved in some massive cabal, which we're not. I don't see another way to look at it. That being said, lots of cities have additional audit requirements to get that public trust on what it was spent on, whether you met your requirements. That's a policy decision. I encourage you to take it. So that's all.
So I know what the ordinance says, but the resolution says that the city council shall dedicate 100% of the tax proceeds to enhancing public safety services within the city and increasing funding for such services as provided in this resolution. So they broke the resolution. They did not use it for all of public safety. They used it to balance the general fund. And we don't know what else.
So again, you're quoting section 2 of the resolution, and you're 100% correct. That is the language of the resolution. My point was only this, that resolution was passed by a city council. The city council said, this is what we're going to spend the money on. If the next year you pass a budget by resolution that spends the money another way, and I'm not saying the council did, but I'm saying if it wanted to, it could.
It could.
That's not, it's not illegal. That's a change in policy, and maybe it's a breaking of a political promise, but it's not breaking the law. And I want to make sure that's very clear.
Right.
So we're going to spend $1.2 million on breaking a political promise. I mean, if it wasn't illegal. Pat, I'm going to let you speak for 3 minutes because I do want to hear what you have to say. After you heard all the legal mumbo jumbo, go ahead and you're not done. Tori. Okay. Just 3 minutes.
Is that on?
All right. The ordinance 1918 that you referenced, the heading says independent annual audit. First of all, independent means separate, a separate Measure U audit. It has never existed. It is not included in the ACFR. The ACFR does not have audited information. The AUP is an opinion. These options are opinions. They're not audits. The language, and I think this is probably what the disagreement is that the language says independent annual Measure U audit. It doesn't say that's included in the ACFR. It says that this independent audit is supposed to be the same as the other general fund information, but it's independent. And the $1.2 million, look at that as a debt that's never been paid. If the independent annual audit had been processed every year, it would have been $200,000 a year. I mean, we're not asking for anything that's other than in the ordinance. And then the resolution says quite clearly 100% to public safety. If the money's being used for general fund instead of adding officers, that's improper. The city is not doing what it's supposed to do. And you, Mr. City Attorney, you even said there's an independent annual audit in addition to the ACFR. You said that. That's not true. You said that in the impartial analysis. Okay, I'm sorry,
Okay.
but am I done?
No, you have
Okay.
35 seconds.
Okay, so you have to look at the actual language where there's supposed to be a separate audit that's paid for by Measure U. It's there, that's the language. And you have resolutions with promises. We pay for that tax. We've given you $80 million. You have to keep your end of the contract. You haven't done it. We've done ours. You haven't done yours.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you very much.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I think for the first time, I finally understand what Pat Gregory is getting at with the independent financial audit. I didn't get it till just now. I think Tori can probably speak to this a little better than me. Independent audit is a term of art. It doesn't mean separate audit. If they wanted a separate audit, the language would have said separate audit. Independent audit means an audit done by an independent auditor, someone who's not linked. So if Tori did an audit of the city's financials, that would not be an independent audit. She's involved in the day-to-day operations of the city. That's why the city hires an outside auditing firm to do the ACFR. That's what makes it independent. It's independent because it's done by an unaffiliated, unlinked entity. And maybe Tori can, maybe I didn't explain it properly, but for what it's worth, I just went to my law program to make sure that I wasn't completely crazy. Look for the definition of independent financial.
Did
audit.
we
That's
have an independent auditor audit?
Mr. Graham actually is strikingly close for not being a CPA. That being said, an independent financial statement audit is a very specific term of art, the definition of which comes from the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. That's the standard setting body for assurance and professional accounting services. And so much like when we have a contract for, the purchase of some professional services, and we list like, these are the definitions of these terms in the context of this contract, that is exactly what the AICPA does for the expression independent financial statement audit. An independent audit is an audit that's conducted by a firm, by a hired professional that is outside of your agency, because you can't have an independent audit opinion unless you hire somebody else to do it.
Did we do that
We certainly did. Every year, the city does it.
from its inception?
The city currently uses Van Lant Fankenel as our independent auditors. And before that, we use the Poon Group, which is actually a much larger firm. But the city obtains an independent audit on the annual comprehensive financial statements every single year.
Well, I'm listening to an attorney, a CPA, on what they have to say, and $1.2 million is a lot of money to be spending on something that's going to be that's been done already, according to them. I mean,
Councilmember Peterson,
Okay, so the statement of revenues and expenditure, go ahead.
what are you not willing to live with?
I want the full independent audit, but
they just said it's been every year.
2018, there's no mention of Measure U funds separately in that audit. 2019, there's no mention of it. Page 2020, 2021, it says it's unaudited. So how can it be audited if they have specifically said it's unaudited?
Can you explain that?
Certainly. So the way that the financial statement presentation works under the under GAAP for governments is that you are required to present what are called opinion units. So for the city, we have our government-wide financial statements, which include the governmental activities and the business type activities. Then we have fund level financial statements. In every government, you're required to present general fund financial statements, which is the very first column in our fund level financial statements. This is a general text. And so in accordance with GAAP, general taxes are required to be presented in the general fund of an organization. That is in accordance with the professional accounting standards that exist. So that being said, this tax is included in the general, I don't have one, I'm pretending like I have one. It's included in the financial statements in the general fund. There is no requirement to present this information in a separate column. There's no requirement to provide supplemental schedules, though we did, not in the first years, but in subsequent years, 19, 20, and 2021. There's no requirement to present these additional schedules, but we did. And the auditors performed the additional work associated with them in accordance with the professional standards that they're required to do. It's there, it's been audited. It's not required to have its own separate column. It's not required to have its own separate standalone audit.
I have a thought, and at the risk of creating additional discussion, may I introduce a concept that may be acceptable? Okay. It may be, if there's interest in taking a look at the 7 years in totality and performing an independent audit, it would be my recommendation that we develop a scope of work for RFP and follow the traditional model, not an examination of every single item as we've outlined in option 3, but to prepare a scope of work for an RFP and to bring that to a future council meeting to make sure that you feel comfortable with what is outlined in that scope of work. It would follow a traditional model of an independent audit. While I was hopeful it was in the $41,000 per year number, it may be in the $70,000 to $80,000, but let's say it's 80 times 7 years, that's half price, right? But we still get the independent audit for those full years. And so that's a concept that if it's agreeable, we could bring you back a RFP scope and have you review that and authorize it to be released. And then when those bids come in, we would share those with you and seek direction on proceeding.
Okay, and exactly what would that show then again? What would they look at in that?
So Tori would do a better job of describing how they would approach a annual audit, a traditional audit for each of the 7 fiscal years.
Sure. So the first thing that's going to happen under a scope like this is the finance team is going to have to prepare financial statements. So we have the numbers. That's not extremely difficult, right? Because this information has been audited in the past within the general fund. So that's the first step. The finance team will have to prepare separate Measure U only financial statements, balance sheet, income statement, and to the extent relevant, note disclosures.
Okay,
So that's the first step.
Let me stop you right there. Okay, so is that a total amount or is that like line item things?
So the financial statements under GAAP currently require the presentation of your revenues on the income statement side and then functional expenses. So for this particular set of activity, there's going to be probably a functional expense category for general government, and then there will be public safety. And then if there's any transfers like that $1.2 million that the AUP identified, it would be presented separately as well.
So it's not line items.
Well,
It's a total.
It's under Mark's recommendation, it is in a scope that is the same scope that would be taking place for the whole city, but on one single piece of information, Measure U only. So that would mean that we would prepare financial statements that are GAAP compliant, generally accepted accounting principles compliant, which does not lend itself to having salaries and benefits, services and supplies, miscellaneous pieces of equipment. That is not required by GAAP. Those are not GAAP compliant financial statements for governments. but the team would prepare financial statements in accordance with GAAP, and then the auditors would audit them following the methodology required by the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants.
I don't like it. I want the full forensic audit.
Caucus right now, so.
At the risk of
Oh,
breaking the awkward silence, if you had two other colleagues that felt the same way, council member, if you had two other colleagues who felt the same way, perhaps you could take the city manager's proposal, and in addition to getting a scope of work and an RFP put together for the less intense version, which is still very intense, you could also have a scope of work put together for the extremely detailed. We purchased a pen with Measure U funds. We purchased a shoe, on and on and on, line item. And you could put it out to RFP and you could get a number back. And then at least you're not talking hypothetically about 1.2 million. You'd know exactly how much it's going to cost you to get that information.
And I still recommend that we bring you back the scope of work so we all feel comfortable before any scope of work goes to the market.
You like that?
I would go with that. Yeah. I mean, we want to know how much it's going to cost, not just wild guess. So, yeah, we could have a proposal on two different options.
wouldn't we have it a dollar amount, not just a pin, not just, I mean, saying anything over $500?
No, I want everything.
Are you serious? Holy smoke.
I mean, at this point, all you're doing is asking how much it would cost to go through that scope. It sounds like professional staff is experiencing, so it'll be very costly, but at least then you would know exactly what it would cost you, and then you could decide whether you wanted to approve it or not.
Mayor, we already have that because she's saying they only look at things that are like abnormal or a high cost. So she threw out the number 5,000. I don't know if that's true or not, you know, what the figure is, but they don't look at other lesser expenses at all. They just look at things that look kind of iffy or high dollar items. They don't look at everything else.
That's why I was saying, give it a dollar amount. I mean, not, 10 pins.
I want to know line items, what they're spending money on.
Yeah, but.
And so does everybody else.
An amount that is reasonable. I mean, we don't want to go to $1, $2, $3.
You're not going to find that. You're not going to find that. You just said at one of our other meetings, we're spending a lot on Amazon. What are we buying? I mean, okay, so you buy a bunch of stuff at once. You're not going to find like $5 for 2 pens. It's going to be quantity stuff. So.
So are you trying to go with this,
Well, we want to have a proposal anyway. So, RFP.
Yeah, so let's do the RFP thing.
The two options, and then
Yeah,
we'll
the
look at it again.
Okay, so make the motion.
Okay. I make a motion that we have 2 RFPs presented at the earliest possibility for in-depth forensic auditing.
second?
We can clarify that one would be the traditional method, the other would be a deep financial review of every transaction. And we would bring you back two options for review before they would hit the streets. And when we would receive proposals, we would share those with you at a later date before any action is taken to proceed forward.
Expedite it, get the information as soon as possible. Okay.
Motion by Councilmember Peterson, second by Mayor Pro Tem Lowenthal. Council, please cast your votes. That motion passes 4-1 with Councilmember Krupa voting no.
Now city council and staff reports. Who wants to give a report? I figured that.
And most of this is dealing with the library, and it's just exciting news. So the library has a new app on their website called World Book, and it is a combination of online World Book encyclopedias. Few of us are old enough to know what they are. Ebooks that are interactive, have activity centers, training and support centers, and just information from all over the world. And I'm hoping that with city manager will concur to this, that maybe at one of the next meetings that the library could make the two or 3 minute video presentation of what they had at the last trustee meeting on this World Book, because I think the word has to get out about this new app that is absolutely awesome. And it contains tutoring for kids, for learning how to read, online prompts. It's just fantastic.
I'm receiving 2 thumbs up from our library.
Okay, that's good. The other thing they have going on, that if you walk into the library and look to your left, there is a big map, and it is called Libraries Connect the World. And it is a map of the world, and what the library wants to do and what Kathy wants to do is have a visual of library cards from all over the world. We currently have one from Hawaii and one from Denmark. Is that correct? I have friends that are coming over from London shortly, so I'm hoping that they either have a library card or can take a picture of a library card to get here. So if you all have library cards from other places in the world, take a copy of it or picture and show it to Kathy, and we will have a visual of how libraries connect the world. Also, they have a display in there called the Empty Chair. And this is in remembrance of the fentanyl awareness that was had at Weston Park, but also it is a depiction of story of a young person whose life was sucked up with an overdose of fentanyl. And it really gets your attention when you just stop and read. The display and the awareness that was at Weston Park was mind-boggling. I mean, it brought tears many, many, many times looking at the pictures and reading the stories of the many people who have died because of fentanyl use. Also, their Exceed art display, it will be changing out, and we think that the library is going to get the one that's in City Hall, the plastic hanging things that are so absolutely phenomenal. I think that's going to go to the library next. So anyway, go check that one out. And the bag of book sale or book a bag sale is being planned for October 28th, which will be along with the Chalktober Chalk Art Festival at the library. And they will also have story time at the Fire One Station Open House on October 14th. You know, it's all library. It's all library. They had their second meeting in this chamber a couple weeks ago, and they did a great job. So yay, go library. That's about it. All the rest of my meetings have been dark.
Councilmember Peterson.
I will promote Boo at the Bowl. Ramona Bowl is having their annual Halloween extravaganza, and they have a new coordinator this year. So you're going to see different things. There's fun food and family friendly, it says. Pre-sale is $6. It's $8 at the door. It's on October 27th, 28th, 29th. That is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And they're looking for volunteers. So they want families, nonprofits, churches, anybody. They're going to need a lot of volunteers. So please call the Ramona Bowl and say that you're interested in volunteering. It'll be a lot of fun. So thank you.
checking, that would be fair.
Can the volunteers be under 18?
But not little people.
Like, can the mayor mentees?
Council member Kendrick.
I don't have anything to promote, but I'm just, I'm the new kid. But my meetings have been dark. Planning Commission's been dark for the last 3 meetings, and RCA's dark as well. So hopefully I have something to report next month. But I did attend the Cal League of Cities. It was my first one. I really learned a lot and really enjoyed that. Completed my ethics training. And I'll probably be working up something and getting some more information together on just my experience. So I'm happy to share that with the council or the public. There was just a lot of good information. That's all I have.
My-
Mr. Lillian.
My meetings were dark as well, but we did have that homeless one.
Yeah.
We had that. I'll let you talk about that. Councilmember Krupa, do you remember the ordinance, or not the ordinance, but the Assembly bill or Senate bill that they were talking about that could reverse Measure H?
Yes, it's ACA 1 and ACA 13, which are constitutional amendments. And either one of them could have the impact of negating Measure H.
Hey, you spoke already. No.
And that would mean, because right now I think we have do we have 43 officers being paid by Measure H? We could, without that thing, we could lose 43 personnel.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Cal Cities was great. Spent most of my time there with Council Member Kendricks, since Peterson wasn't there. I spent some time with Linda, Council Member
with me.
Krupa, and Malcolm disappeared. Yeah. And also we're having a community concert at Ramona Bowl, I believe on October 26th. We're going to have the Soto band there and a Western band there, a country band. And there'll be 2 venues on the same day, one in the, what do they call that? Courtyard, one band in the courtyard, the other one in the main concert area. And then, there was one more thing. Oh, I went to the skate park today and I thought, I was amazed. That skate park is huge and I believe our kids are going to love it. So I'm happy. And that's it for me. And City Manager, you have something?
No report tonight.
Attorney? How about Johnny? Okay. This meeting is adjourned.